Chapter 1353. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai, who barely managed to stop herself from falling, was horrified when she saw Duan Ling Tian being swallowed by the whirlpool on the surface of the sea. Without any hesitation, she swooped down and sent herself into the turbulent whirlpool. At the same time, a strange bead appeared in her hand out of thin air. She crushed the bead as soon as it was in her hand. A seven-colored beam shot up into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the seven-colored beam shot up into the sky and only disappeared after a long time. Boom! Han Xuanai charged into the whirlpool, but she was not affected by the whirlpool's suction. Her body was covered with a layer of transparent light shield that blocked the seawater around her. Although she was in the whirlpool, she could still control her body. In the whirlpool, the turbulent and twisting seawater slammed against the transparent light shield, causing the light shield to shake. However, Han Xuanai did not have the mood to care about this. Her face was grave as she moved faster and faster, following the whirlpool to the bottom of the sea. Soon after, she arrived at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, she also saw the source of the whirlpool. A gigantic creature was lying on the bottom of the sea with its mouth wide open. The energy in its mouth was twisting, causing the seawater to form a whirlpool. Some of the fish in the deep sea could not escape from the whirlpool and were swallowed by it. Sea-devouring beast. Why is there a sea-devouring beast here? Han Xuanai's expression changed as she exclaimed. It was obvious, she recognized the gigantic creature in front of her. In the Dao Martial Saint land, there were two types of beasts. One was Saint Beast. The other was Wild Beast. When Saint Beasts broke through to the innate stage, they would have basic intelligence. They could even speak human language and transform into human form. After they transformed into human form, they were no different from humans. They could also cultivate Saint-grade martial tactics and use Saint weapons. They were also divided into martial cultivators and Dao cultivators. Naturally, as Saint Beasts, their bodies were much stronger than ordinary humans. Some Saint Beasts' strength was limited when they were in human form. However, once they transformed into their true form, they could unleash their full strength. Wild beasts were different from Saint Beasts. If Saint Beasts were favored by the heavens, then savage beasts were abandoned by the heavens. Unlike Saint Beasts, even if they had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, Saint Rudiment stage, or even the Saint stage, wild beasts would not possess human intelligence, let alone breaking through to the innate stage. They could not speak the human language, nor could they transform into humans. They were similar to the uncivilized wild beasts and ferocious beasts of the mortal continent. They survived completely on instinct. They followed the law of nature, where the strong preyed on the weak, and only the fittest survived. However, even though they did not possess sentience, and were unable to morph into human form like the Saint Beasts, cultivate human cultivation techniques, martial arts, and use Saint artifacts, their cultivation speed was in no way inferior to the Saint Beasts. Not only that, but their bodies were also far stronger than the Saint Beasts. In a battle between a savage beast and a Saint Beast of the same cultivation realm, even if the Saint Beast were to transform into a human and utilize a Saint artifact or a Saint martial technique, it might not necessarily be a match for the savage beast. The body of a savage beast was too strong. Even the weakest one was comparable to the three-clawed divine dragon among dragons. The stronger ones were even comparable to the four-clawed divine dragon among dragons. To a savage beast, its body was its greatest advantage. Its battle instincts that were trained from hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of battles were its most powerful technique. It was in no way inferior to the Saint-grade martial tactic. At this moment, the savage beast that appeared in front of Han Xuanai was one of them. A sea-devouring beast. Han Xuanai could tell it was a sea-devouring beast at the early mortal shedding stage. You swallowed Brother Ling Tian? Han Xuanai's face turned grave as she looked at the gigantic creature in front of her. It was as though it was covered with a layer of frost. The mischievous look in her eyes was no longer there. It was replaced by a cold killing intent. Young Mississippi. Just when Han Xuanai was about to make her move, two respectful voices sounded in unison. At the same time, two tall figures appeared behind Han Xuanai and bowed respectfully. They were two tall middle-aged men. They stood there like two iron towers. Their appearances were ordinary, and they looked more like two ordinary people who couldn't be more ordinary. However, based on the fact that the turbulent seawater around them did not affect the transparent light shield on their bodies, their strength was far above Han Xuanai's. Kill it. Don't hurt Brother Ling Tian, who was swallowed by it. Han Xuanai ordered coldly. The two middle-aged men were summoned by Han Xuanai's signal beam earlier. They were sent by her father to protect her. However, when she left the Dao Marshal Saint Land, both of them were abandoned by her in the sea south of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Yes, the moment Han Xuanai's words left her mouth, one of the middle-aged men nodded solemnly and took a step forward at the same time. The moment he took a step forward, a ray of light shot out from under his feet and pierced through the sea-engulfing beast's head in just a blink of an eye, causing the sea-engulfing beast to fall with a loud bang. The moment the sea-engulfing beast died, the suction force from its bloody mouth disappeared as well. Just as its bloody mouth was about to close, the other middle-aged man disappeared into thin air. Even the seawater did not stir at all. It was extremely strange. When he appeared again, he was already in the sea-engulfing beast's bloody mouth. He did not seem to have made any movements, but he easily opened the sea-engulfing beast's bloody mouth. As he opened and closed his hands, the sea-engulfing beast's body was forcefully torn apart from its bloody mouth. However, the bloody scene did not happen. This was because the sea-engulfing beast's body and flesh had been frozen into ice sculptures. They fell like pieces of rocks. At the same time, the fish that were swallowed by the sea-engulfing beast and had yet to be digested managed to escape and swam away. Thank you for saving my life, sir. There was an old man in the sea-engulfing beast's stomach. After the old man came out, he bowed respectfully and thanked the middle-aged man. He was a human transformed from a demon. He happened to be passing by and was unlucky enough to encounter the sea-engulfing beast and was swallowed by it. Initially, he thought he was going to die. He did not expect someone to save him. Where's Brother Ling Tian? At this moment, Han Xuanai had also arrived in front of the old man. She looked around carefully, but did not see any trace of Duan Ling Tian. Horror dawned on her. Young miss, there's a mark left behind by a demon cultivator on this sea-engulfing beast's body. It must have been controlled by a demon cultivator to come here. Otherwise, by right, there shouldn't be a sea-engulfing beast here. At this moment, the middle-aged man who killed the sea-engulfing beast and froze its flesh and blood said to Han Xuanai respectfully after glancing at the sea-engulfing beast's body, Demon cultivator? Han Xuanai's expression changed drastically when she heard this. She realized this might not be a coincidence. Did you see a person when you were swallowed by the sea-engulfing beast? A young man in purple. Han Xuanai took a deep breath and looked at the old man as she asked anxiously. I saw him. The old man nodded. The moment I was swallowed, I saw a young man who had fainted following behind me. He was almost swallowed as well. At that critical moment, I only saw a black shadow pass by, and the young man was gone. A demon cultivator controlled this sea-engulfing beast and took Brother Ling Tian away? Han Xuanai's thoughts soon became clear. At the same time, she looked at the two middle-aged men next to her and ordered, no matter what, we must find Brother Ling Tian. Yes. When the two middle-aged men heard this, they immediately split into two directions and began to search in the vast deep sea. Who's the person who took such great pains to take Brother Ling Tian away? Since he can control the sea-engulfing beast at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage, it means he's at least a demon cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. Han Xuanai's heart jolted as she thought. With his ability, it won't be difficult for him to take Brother Ling Tian away on the surface of the sea. There's only one possibility for him to take such great pains. He's afraid of me. Han Xuanai gasped when she thought of this. If that's the case, that demon cultivator knows he won't be able to take Brother Ling Tian away with me around. That's why he controlled the sea-engulfing beast to stall for time. Han Xuanai's thoughts became clearer. Di Yong. It must be Di Yong. After her thoughts became clear, Han Xuanai immediately thought of Wang Ba, who had occupied the five-clawed devil dragon's body in the past. He was also the current Di Yong. He left a long time ago. He must be after something for him to take such great pains. At this moment, Han Xuan'ai was almost certain the person who took Duan Lingtian away was Di Yong. However, she could not figure out why Di Yong would do such a thing. If there's something on Brother Ling Tian's body that he's interested in, it's none other than the Devil Seal tablet. However, would he dare to take the Devil Seal tablet even if it was given to him? The Devil Seal tablet could be said to be the nemesis of demon cultivators. The Devil Seal tablet could be called a super saint weapon, and was even listed in the 10 great saint weapons ranking, because of this characteristic. Apart from that, it did not have any other advantages compared to other saint weapons. When Han Xuan'ai thought of this, she felt it was impossible. Could it be because of that pagoda? Soon after, Han Xuan'ai recalled the small pagoda. She and Di Yong could not come into contact with the small pagoda, but Duan Lingtian could. With just a glance, she could tell the small pagoda was not an ordinary item. It was to the extent that she had a feeling. The small pagoda was not inferior to one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Clear Sky Pagoda. If that's really the case, Brother Ling Tian should be safe for now. When Han Xuan'ai thought of this, she heaved a sigh of relief. If I were him, I would definitely not let Brother Ling Tian come into contact with the Devil Seal tablet if I wanted to seize the pagoda and force it to reveal its secret. After all, he's a demon cultivator. Brother Ling Tian can kill him if he uses the Devil Seal tablet. In that case, the biggest possibility is that he first obtained Brother Ling Tian's spatial ring and used his spiritual energy to erase the ownership seal on it. Han Xuan'ai gradually calmed down and made a logical deduction. The ownership seal on the spatial ring on the mortal continent was weak. Chapter 1354. I'm not dead. Duan Lingtian regained his consciousness without him noticing. All he felt was dizziness. I remember. I was sucked into a whirlpool that suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. The whirlpool's energy was very strong. Even though I'm almost invincible under the mortal shedding stage, I couldn't withstand it. That energy was above the mortal shedding stage. Later on, I think I was knocked out by the whirlpool's waves. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian recalled what happened before he fainted. What's this place? When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he sized up his surroundings and discovered he was on a small island. Not only was this small island desolate and uninhabited, but it was also very small. Looking around, all he could see was a vast ocean. Where's my spatial ring? Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized his spatial ring was missing. Horror dawned on him immediately. Are you looking for it? Just when Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, an indifferent voice resonated from the sky. Subsequently, a tall figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This was a black-clothed middle-aged man. He was tall and sturdy, and he stood there like an iron tower. He was holding a spatial ring in his hand. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with this spatial ring. It was his grade 1 spirit weapon spatial ring. Bastard! Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he shifted his gaze from the spatial ring to the black-clad middle-aged man's face. Why are you here? Also, why is my spatial ring in your hands? The black-clad middle-aged man was none other than Di Yong, who had left the overseas Saint Island's Half Moon Island long ago. To be more precise, he was Di Yong who was possessed by Wang Ba's soul. As for Wang Ba, he was the devil cultivator's remnant soul that had lodged in Duan Lingtian's body. He had once saved Duan Lingtian's life in order to find a suitable body for himself. Kid, where is that pagoda? Di Yong did not answer Duan Lingtian. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. After he erased the master recognition seal on Duan Lingtian's spatial ring with his spiritual energy at the mortal shedding stage, he claimed ownership of Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. However, he did not find the exquisite little pagoda in there. At that moment, he realized that Duan Lingtian had hidden the exquisite pagoda somewhere else. As for whether or not he was with Duan Lingtian, he did not doubt it. Although he couldn't see where Duan Lingtian had hidden the small pagoda, with the small pagoda's ability to change its size, it should have been hidden in an inconspicuous place by Duan Lingtian. How did you remove the ownership of my storage ring? At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that the connection between him and the storage ring had been severed, and his expression changed drastically. Spiritual energy above the mortal shedding stage can easily erase the master recognition seal on a spatial ring below the saint weapon grade. Diyong said nonchalantly, "I know that pagoda must be with you. Tell me, where did you hide it? I can't believe I couldn't find it." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After a long while, he looked at Diyong and sneered, "Looks like you've claimed ownership of the spatial ring. Why? The Devil Seal tablet didn't give you any trouble?" At this moment, he felt a little regretful. If he had known this day would come, he would have upgraded the spatial ring to the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon grade. In that case, the spatial ring would have entered the threshold of a saint weapon, and he could avoid the master recognition seal on it by force. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Diyong's face turned grave. Naturally, the Devil Seal tablet had looked for trouble with him. When he claimed ownership of Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, the Devil Seal tablet seemed to have sensed something and became restless. After carefully inspecting everything in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring and not discovering the existence of the pagoda, he immediately removed the master recognition seal on the spatial ring. He was really worried that the Devil Seal tablet would break out of its seal and suppress his soul again. Once bitten, twice shy. Where's Xuanai? After Duan Lingtian calmed down, he asked in a deep voice. Now, he knew why Diyong appeared in front of him. It was because of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Come to think of it, Diyong must have seen how extraordinary the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was that day, and that was why he coveted it. However, Diyong was not in a hurry to make a move, because he was worried about the Devil Seal tablet in his hand and Xuanai. He had only made his move today. When he was unconscious, he took off his spatial ring and forcefully removed the master recognition seal on the spatial ring, so that he could not come into contact with the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. To Diyong, without the Devil Seal tablet, he was equivalent to a toothless tiger. There was nothing to be afraid of. That little girl is probably bringing people to look for you now. Diyong sneered and said confidently. However, it's impossible for them to find you. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Xuanai was fine. Before I fainted, the whirlpool that appeared on the surface of the sea was caused by you? After calming down, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to make a guess based on his current encounter. However, he still looked at Diyong coldly and asked in a deep voice. He wanted to confirm it with Diyong. That's right. Diyong admitted without hesitation. That whirlpool was caused by the sea engulfing beast. However, that sea engulfing beast was given an enslavement seal by me. Under my control, it appeared in the sea that you passed by. For today, to avoid that little girl, and to take off your spatial ring, I've put in a lot of effort. In the end, God rewards those who persevere, and I've succeeded. A brilliant smile appeared on Diyong's face when he reached the end of his sentence. I advise you to hand over that pagoda obediently. As long as you tell me how to not be rejected by it, I'll spare your life. Soon after, the smile on Diyong's face disappeared as he said to Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. You mean, if I don't hand over the pagoda, you'll kill me? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, and his voice became even more solemn. I won't kill you. I'll torture you and make you tell me the location of that pagoda, and the secret of that pagoda in endless pain. However, if I'm the one who tortures you to tell me everything, I'll still kill you in the end. A smile appeared on Diyong's face again. It was a sinister smile. I'll kill you first. As soon as Diyong's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed fiercely. At the same time, he shot up into the sky like a cannonball. A bow and an arrow appeared in his hand. Arrowlight strike. After pulling the bowstring into a full moon, Duan Lingtian released the arrow in his hand and allowed it to shoot toward Diyong like a bolt of lightning. Child's play. In the face of Duan Lingtian's sudden attack, Diyong looked indifferent as he raised his hand slowly. Suddenly, a vast aura accompanied by an invisible force knocked away Duan Lingtian's arrow in the blink of an eye. However, it did not end there. At the same time, the air above Duan Lingtian's head vibrated. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian felt as though a gigantic palm had appeared above his head and forcefully pressed him down. During this process, his strength was suppressed. Bang! A deafening loud noise reverberated. Without the slightest suspense, Duan Lingtian's entire body was forcefully pressed down and fiercely came into close contact with the ground, and the collision caused him to feel dizzy. Is this the power of the immortal shedding stage? This was the only thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he felt intense pain all over his body. At this moment, he even had a feeling. In front of Di Yong, he was just like an ant that could be trampled on as he wished. Naturally, he knew this was because of the gap between his ability and the immortal shedding stage. Even if I've comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity, and can be said to be invincible below the immortal shedding stage, I'll still be defeated if I encounter someone on the immortal shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of this. Unfortunately, I've just comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity not long ago, and haven't touched the threshold of the immortal shedding stage yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Boy, my patience is limited. If you're unwilling to tell me, I have many ways to make you tell me. Don't forget, I'm a devil cultivator. Moreover, I used to be a saint stage devil cultivator. Di Yong said impatiently. When he reached the end of his sentence, he threatened Duan Lingtian. Xuanai is right. A devil cultivator is a devil cultivator. None of them are easy to deal with. It's a pity that I didn't take her words to heart. Duan Lingtian said coldly. What I regret the most now is that I didn't use the Devil Seal tablet to suppress you back then to prevent future trouble. There's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Di Yong said calmly. I'll give you another 10 breaths of time. Either you hand over the pagoda and tell me its secret, or you slowly enjoy the big gift I've prepared for you. At that time, you won't have a chance anymore. I have at least 100 ways to force you to hand over the pagoda and tell me its secret. When Di Yong reached the end of his sentence, his tone became colder and colder, as though it came from the depths of hell. It was chilling and creepy. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Di Yong's words. Hualao, do you have any ideas? After taking another deep breath, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to contact the 3-legged golden crow, Hualao, who was in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He knew that if it were not for his reminder, Hualao would not pay attention to the outside world. Although Hualao was powerful, he could not leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, even his strength could not be transmitted out of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The only thing that could be transmitted out was his voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to contact Hualao not because he wanted Hualao to make a move. He only wanted to ask Hualao if there was any way to help him escape this calamity. Do as he says and give him the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, tell him the secret of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Chapter 1355. What? Duan Lingtian did not expect Hualao to ask him to give the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to Di Yong and tell Di Yong the secret of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. No, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda did not seem to have any secrets, right? The reason the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda did not reject him, and even acknowledged him as its master, was because his soul belonged to the land of Yanhuang. Now, even if he wanted to give the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to someone else, he could not remove the connection between him and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was as though the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was pestering him. Hualao, even if I give the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to him, I can't make the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda acknowledge him as its master. Do you have a way? Duan Lingtian asked. I'm not asking you to really give him the 7 treasures jewel pagoda. I'm just asking you to give it to him temporarily to buy time. I'm just stalling for time, Hualao said. Duan Lingtian finally understood. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the spatial ring in Di Yong's hand. This spatial ring was his spatial ring. His Devil Seal tombstone was in there. As long as I can retrieve the Devil Seal tablet, it'll be easy to kill Di Yong. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, an idea flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. His eyes lit up as though he had thought of something. Walao, I've thought of a way. When the time comes, you just have to cooperate with me. Duan Lingtian greeted Walao. Boy, you still have 3 breaths of time. If you can't make up your mind, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Di Yong's cold voice resonated. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is in the spatial ring in your hand. Duan Lingtian looked at Di Yong and said calmly. This saint has already recognized your storage ring as its owner. That pagoda isn't inside. Kid, this saint advises you not to play any tricks. Di Yong snorted. The killing intent in his eyes soared, as if he was about to devour someone. You've seen the wonders of that pagoda before. I can change its size with just a thought. I shrunk it to the size of a speck of dust, before putting it into my storage ring. Duan Lingtian glanced at Di Yong indifferently before he said slowly. Let alone you. Even I wouldn't be able to find it in my spatial ring, if it's not for the fact that I'm connected to it after it has acknowledged ownership. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Di Yong frowned. Back then, the pagoda that was as tall as an adult turned into a small pagoda and fell into Duan Lingtian's hands. He had seen it with his own eyes. Therefore, he did not doubt Duan Lingtian when he said that the pagoda could be big or small. With the wonders of the pagoda, it did not seem impossible for it to turn into the size of a speck of dust. I was almost fooled by you. Suddenly, Di Yong's eyes turned as a plan formed in his mind. He said coldly to Duan Lingtian, I believe that the pagoda can change its size to the size of a speck of dust. However, it might not be in the storage ring. It might be in some corner of your body. As for why you said it's in the storage ring, it's because you want me to give it to you. At that time, you'll be able to use the Devil Seal tablet to suppress me, or even kill me. Do you think this saint will fall for it? When Di Yong reached the end of his sentence, he had an expression that said, I've seen through you. I have to say, your imagination is really rich. Since that's the case, you can torture me as much as you want. I'll only tell you the truth when I'm in a living hell. Duan Lingtian glanced at Di Yong in disdain. However, I'm afraid the outcome will be the same in the end. From the beginning until the end, Di Yong had been staring at Duan Lingtian's eyes and the changes in his expression. He realized, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not seem guilty at all. He could not help but suspect this. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had really turned the pagoda into the size of a speck of dust and kept it in the spatial ring? The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was a possibility. Now you can use your technique. In any case, you'll never be able to obtain that pagoda in your lifetime. Duan Lingtian said calmly. It was as though a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. When Duan Lingtian saw Di Yong's gaze on his dantian, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. He could guess Di Yong's thoughts, and could not help but sneer. What? Do you think the Devil Seal tablet won't be able to suppress you after destroying my dantian? Don't forget, the power that activated the Devil Seal tombstone is what I injected into the tombstone. Even if you destroy my cultivation base, as long as I take out the Devil Seal tablet and activate it with the energy I've injected into it, it'll be easy for me to kill you. You should know this better than anyone else. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes when he looked at Di Yong. Di Yong's face turned grave immediately. He had really forgotten about this earlier, because of the heat in his head. All right, there's one more thing I have to tell you. That pagoda is a rare treasure. It's closely related to the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons, ranking in the Tao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Di Yong, and lied without even blinking his eyes. When he saw the interest in Di Yong's eyes, he continued to lie. The 10 super saint weapons were all created by the pagoda spirit in the pagoda. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Di Yong's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. The 10 super saint weapons were all created by the pagoda spirit in the pagoda? At this moment, his heart burned even more fervently. He was even more eager to obtain that mysterious pagoda. However, he did not lose his mind because of this. Instead, he remained clear-headed. Do you think I'll believe you just because you said that? What proof do you have? De Yong tried his best to suppress his excitement as he asked Duan Lingtian calmly. Proof. I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you obtain the pagoda, before you'll know if I'm telling the truth. As long as I remove the ownership of the pagoda, and hand it over to you, you'll naturally be able to contact the pagoda spirit in the pagoda. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. At that time, you'll naturally be able to find out if it's true or not. Moreover, with your cultivation base at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, don't tell me you're afraid of my tricks? Even if I want to harm you and take out the Devil Seal tablet, you'll still be able to kill me the moment you see the Devil Seal tablet before it suppresses you, right? Duan Lingtian said. Humph. Of course, I'll be able to kill you at that moment. However, at that time, I'll definitely die as well. De Yong snorted coldly. If Duan Lingtian really took out the Devil Seal tablet, he would be able to kill Duan Lingtian before the tablet suppressed him. However, he would not be able to escape death as well. What? Do you think I'll perish together with you? Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. His eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, as he mocked De Yong for thinking too highly of himself. Upon hearing this, De Yong's eyes flickered for a moment before he nodded. I can return your spatial ring to you. However, I'll be fully focused on monitoring your every move. If you dare to take out the Devil Seal tablet, I'll kill you immediately. I can give you the pagoda if you want. However, you'll have to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that as long as you obtain the pagoda, you won't make things difficult for me, let alone kill me. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Otherwise, I won't do as you wish even if I die. Sure, as long as you don't play any tricks, and give the pagoda to me, so it can acknowledge me as its master. I'm willing to swear. As soon as De Yong finished speaking, he pricked his finger and began to swear the oath. Accompanied by 9 claps of thunder, the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, responded to De Yong's oath. In De Yong's opinion, as long as he could obtain the pagoda, it did not matter if he killed Duan Lingtian or not. Although Duan Lingtian's innate talent was not good, De Yong did not think much of him. At this moment, De Yong had also let down his guard. He could see Duan Lingtian's sincerity when he asked him to swear the oath. This made him feel much more at ease. Don't play any tricks and don't doubt my strength. After making the oath, De Yong passed the spatial ring in his hand to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he extended his spiritual energy and locked onto Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian dared to take out the Devil Seal tablet, he would kill Duan Lingtian immediately. He had spent some time with Duan Lingtian, so he knew Duan Lingtian would not choose to die together with him. Therefore, he was not worried Duan Lingtian would take the risk out of desperation. After Duan Lingtian took the spatial ring, he performed the ownership claim on the spatial ring again, and put it on his finger. At the same time, with just a thought, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his ear shrunk rapidly. After it became the size of a speck of dust, it floated out and landed on his hand that was wearing the spatial ring. I've already taken it out, Duan Lingtian said. When De Yong heard this, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian's hand. However, he did not see anything. He could not help but frown when he saw a small black dot appear in Duan Lingtian's hand, and the small black dot ceaselessly grew larger and transformed into an exquisite little pagoda. His eyes instantly lit up like the dazzling stars in the night sky. What a wonderful treasure! De Yong exclaimed. All right, I've already removed the ownership claim on it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian handed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his hand to De Yong. As long as you merge your spiritual energy into the pearl at the top of it, it'll recognize you as its master. Then, you won't be rejected by its energy anymore. Is this how you made it recognize you as its master? De Yong asked as his eyes flashed. He still remembered. Back then, whether it was him or Han Xuanai, they had no way of touching this pagoda. However, Duan Lingtian had taken the pagoda in the blink of an eye. At that time, he did not even think of using his spiritual energy. Yes, now, you'll recognize it as your master before you take it. Duan Lingtian nodded. When De Yong heard this, he split a portion of his spiritual energy and merged it into the pearl at the top of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. The rest of his spiritual energy was still used to monitor Duan Lingtian. He was worried that Duan Lingtian would plot against him at this time. You're quite careful. Chapter 1356. Almost as soon as Di Yong took the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, an old snort exploded in his mind. He was so shocked that his body could not help but tremble. Who are you? Di Yong's expression changed drastically. I'm the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, the three-legged golden crow. The ancient voice spoke. Pagoda spirit. Di Yong's eyes lit up when he heard that. He stared at the exquisite pagoda in his hand. So it's called the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. When the cold voice exploded in Di Yong's mind, Di Yong's spiritual energy, that was monitoring Duan Lingtian, had already relaxed a little. Now that the three-legged golden crow had spoken, Di Yong's attention was completely attracted by the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Even he did not realize that the spiritual energy he used to monitor Duan Lingtian had already been withdrawn. Now, just as Di Yong looked at the seven treasures exquisite pagoda in his hand, an ancient voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to snap back to reality. Whoosh! In an instant, a stone tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a stone tablet with a chipped corner. It was the Devil Seal tablet. As soon as the Devil Seal tablet was in his hand, killing intent shot out from Duan Lingtian's eyes. He lifted it up and smashed it down on Di Yong's head. A rolling force surged out of the Devil Seal tablet. Oh no! Di Yong, who heard the sound of wind whistling in his ears, completely snapped back to reality. His expression changed drastically as he realized that he had made a huge mistake. He had actually been disturbed by the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, causing him to withdraw the spiritual energy that was monitoring Duan Lingtian. Di Yong did not even have time to turn around before he was enveloped by the Devil Seal tablet's energy, let alone attack. Bang! Duan Lingtian raised the demon sealing tombstone in his hand and slammed it down on Di Yong's head. The raging black energy entered Di Yong's body as if it was nothing. No! In an instant, Di Yong let out a shrill scream. Then his body trembled, and he fell to the ground like a dead dog. His soul had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tombstone, and his soul had been destroyed. Idiot! After glancing coldly at Di Yong's corpse, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and retrieved the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. At the same time, he said to the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, Hualao, thanks. If it weren't for Hualao's cooperation, he would have been killed by Di Yong even if he had managed to retrieve the demon sealing tombstone. This stone tablet is not bad. Hualao praised the demon sealing tombstone before he changed the topic and said, Take his dragon orb. With his dragon orb, we can completely repair the second level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hualao's words. That's right, I almost forgot. The dragon orb in the five-clawed devil dragon's body can repair the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at Di Yong, who had transformed into his true form after his death. A five-clawed devil dragon that was over 100 meters long lay there quietly without making a sound. It's better to bring his true form in. Although he's only a five-clawed divine dragon, his entire body is a treasure to you right now. After a while, Hualao spoke again. Duan Lingtian nodded and brought the five-clawed devil dragon into the first level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Then, he took the dragon orb from its body and handed it to Hualao. After Hualao received the dragon orb, he went to work. This is a real divine dragon. His entire body is a treasure. That's right. Dragon tendon. Duan Lingtian, who was studying the five-clawed devil dragon from top to bottom, had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He quickly pulled out the dragon tendon from the five-clawed devil dragon's body. This is a real divine dragon's dragon tendon. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the dragon tendon that was completely black and emitting a black glow. The dragon tendon of a worm dragon can't be compared to the dragon tendon of a five-clawed divine dragon. Soon after, Duan Lingtian took out his royal grade spirit bow and removed the worm dragon's dragon tendon from it. He replaced it with the dragon tendon that he had just pulled out from the five-clawed devil dragon. With the dragon tendon of a five-clawed devil dragon, the bow's power will definitely be stronger. Duan Lingtian smiled as he stretched out his hand to pull the new bowstring. The bowstring was stiff in his hand, and he only managed to pull it a little when he exerted all his strength without holding back. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell that Duan Lingtian had pulled the bowstring in an arc, as expected of the dragon tendon of a five-clawed divine dragon. I can't believe I can only pull it a little even after exerting all my strength. Duan Lingtian was not disappointed in this situation. Instead, he was a little excited. This was because this meant the bow in his hand was not as simple as a royal-grade spirit weapon. Crack! Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling excited about obtaining the dragon tendon of a five-clawed devil dragon, he felt his hands that were holding the bow and bowstring tremble. A crisp sound resonated in the air. When he returned to his senses, he was shocked to discover that the bow had been broken. The bow had been broken. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. The dragon tendon of a five-clawed devil dragon had broken the bow? In fact, his bow was a royal-grade spirit weapon. A royal-grade spirit weapon on Cloud Continent was equivalent to a human-ranked mediocre saint weapon in the Dao Martial Saint Land. A human-ranked mediocre saint weapon was broken by the dragon tendon of a five-clawed divine dragon? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of how terrifying the dragon tendon of a five-clawed divine dragon was. It seems like I'll need a more powerful bow to use this dragon tendon as a bowstring. A human-ranked mediocre saint weapon won't do. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian was staring at the dragon tendon of the five-clawed divine dragon in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He felt a tremor under his feet. It was the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was as though an earthquake had occurred. The second level has been opened. At the same time, Hualao's voice resonated and woke Duan Lingtian up. Duan Lingtian turned his head to look in the distance. Hualao, who was originally standing at the end of the stairs, greeted him and went up to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's repaired? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw this. He quickly followed after him. The dragon pearl of a five-clawed divine dragon. It's really extraordinary. Duan Lingtian, who followed behind Hualao and successfully went up to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, sighed emotionally. What a rich heaven and earth spirit energy! As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the second level, he could feel the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air. On the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much richer than the first level. The two levels were not on the same level at all. This is the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The cultivation environment is better than the first level. The flow of time is slower. If we stay here for 3 days, only 1 day will pass outside. Hualao said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Hualao wears the Jasper Celestial Sword. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian recalled the Celestial Supreme Treasure that Hualao had told him about. It was the Celestial Supreme Treasure that was hidden on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian sized up his surroundings. He noticed the environment on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much better than the first level. Not only were there flowers and trees, but there was also a spacious courtyard. There was a pond in the courtyard. The ground around the pond was covered with grass. Since no one usually maintained it, the grass on the ground looked messy. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian was just about to repair the grass when he realized Hualao had already made a move. Hualao did not even see how he moved, but a fiery red light blade swept out. After the light blade swept out, it continued to expand and swept through the entire courtyard, slashing the messy grass in the courtyard. In just an instant, the atmosphere of the courtyard changed completely. At the same time, a standalone stone table appeared in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. The stone table was blocked by the grass earlier, so Duan Lingtian did not notice it. That sword, is that the Jasper Celestial Sword? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw 2 items placed on the stone table. One of the items was a sheathed sword that lay there quietly. The hilt and scabbard of the sheathed sword looked very ordinary. It was just like an ordinary sword. However, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that this was definitely not an ordinary sword. It might even be the Jasper Celestial Sword, the Celestial Supreme Treasure in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's the Jasper Celestial Sword. As soon as he flew to the stone table, Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It made Duan Lingtian feel excited. A smile appeared on his face as his eyes shone brightly. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian reached for the Jasper Celestial Sword. This is a celestial sword. With this, I'm afraid even a person at the mortal shedding stage won't be able to block my sword, right? However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face quickly froze. This was because he realized he could not pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword at all. The Jasper Celestial Sword lay quietly on the stone table, as though it had taken root and sprouted. It did not move at all. Hua Lao, what's going on? Duan Lingtian tried for a while more, but the Jasper Celestial Sword still did not move. He could only ask Hua Lao, who was next to him. Your strength is too weak, so it's normal that you can't pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. Hua Lao replied. Hua Lao, you mean? This Jasper Celestial Sword is very heavy? Duan Lingtian asked with his eyes wide open. Yes. Hua Lao nodded. With a raise of his hand, he reached for the Jasper Celestial Sword as well. This time, the Jasper Celestial Sword moved. However, it only moved a little before it was placed back down by Hua Lao. Beads of sweat could be seen on Hua Lao's forehead. I've never been so weak in my entire life. Hua Lao heaved a long sigh. He was a three-legged golden crow, a primitive species in the land of Yanhuang. The moment he was born, he possessed the strength to move mountains and overturn seas. With a flap of his wings, the divine sun fire would burn everything in the world. However, today, he could not even pick up a celestial sword. Such a heavy sword. If I want to use it, how long will I have to wait? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. There was a celestial supreme treasure in front of him, but he could not use it. Duan Lingtian was the only one who knew how he felt at this moment. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's gaze reluctantly left the Jasper Celestial Sword and landed on another item beside the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment he saw the item, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. A bow. The item that appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes was a bow. It looked very shabby. It did not have a bowstring, and there were 10 notches on the body of the bow. It looked like a tattered piece of trash. However, Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. Chapter 1357. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian reached for the bow. Since he had learned his lesson, he used all his strength this time. However, even if he used all his strength, it was still strenuous. Although he had picked up the bow, he was still far from being able to use it freely. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I break through to the mortal shedding stage before I can use this bow freely. Duan Lingtian looked at the bow in his hand and muttered to himself. He took a deep breath and put the bow down again. He looked at Hua Lao and asked, Hua Lao, what's this bow without a bowstring? Duan Lingtian did not notice that Hua Lao's eyes flashed when he picked up the bow. The sun-shooting bow, Hua Lao answered as calmly as he could in the face of Duan Lingtian's question. However, even if he tried to remain calm, one could still hear the ripples in his voice. What? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Hua Lao's words. Hua Lao, why you're not joking, right? It's the sun-shooting bow. Looking at the rusty bow with 10 notches on the stone table, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Naturally, he had heard of the sun-shooting bow before. In the ancient myths and legends from his previous life, Hou-Yi had used the sun-shooting bow to shoot the sun, which was also the 9 golden crows. Hou-Yi had relied on the sun-shooting bow to kill the 9 golden crows. Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian looked at Hua Lao with a complicated gaze. Hua Lao was the 3-legged golden crow that had escaped from Hou-Yi's arrow. His other 9 brothers had died under Hou-Yi's sun-shooting bow. It's all in the past. Hua Lao sighed. When he saw Duan Lingtian's expression, he knew Duan Lingtian had heard of the sun-shooting bow and knew who the original owner of the sun-shooting bow was. Hua Lao, why is the sun-shooting bow here? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked. Back then, I killed Ho Yi and avenged my 9 brothers. His son's shooting bow was in my hands. However, the good times didn't last long. Dipankara, that old monk, came looking for me and suppressed me in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. This son's shooting bow naturally followed me into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Lao said. You killed Ho Yi? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes wide, and his face was filled with disbelief. Legend had it that 9 out of 10 golden crows were killed by Ho Yi, leaving only one that fled in a sorry state. And it was that golden crow that fled in a sorry state that killed Ho Yi. Ho Yi was born with divine strength. With the body of a mortal, he used the sun's shooting bow to kill 10 of my brothers. At that time, because of the distance, he had the advantage. I could only flee. Lao seemed to see Duan Lingtian's disbelief. He said slowly, Later, I found an opportunity to get close to him and killed him with a sneak attack. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. He was using a bow and arrow now, so he naturally knew the advantages and disadvantages of the bow and arrow. If someone got close to him, the bow and arrow would be useless. To think that the legendary sun's shooting bow is actually like this. How disappointing. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at the sun's shooting bow on the stone table. So the sun's shooting bow wasn't like this. Back then, after I killed Ho Yi, I vented my anger on this sun's shooting bow. Lao said. Most of the sun's shooting bow's strength comes from the 10 heavenly jewels on the bow. At that time, I used the sun god fire to forcefully temper the sun's shooting bow for 81 days, before I finally removed the 10 heavenly jewels on it. Then, I removed the bowstring on the sun's shooting bow, and threw it, and the 10 heavenly jewels away. That's how the sun's shooting bow became like this. Lao finished speaking in one breath. In that case, this sun's shooting bow is no longer the sun's shooting bow with unparalleled might from back then? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Lao, why did you have to do this back then? It's fine if you killed Ho Yi to avenge your brother. This sun's shooting bow is a treasure. How could you do this to it? If you didn't destroy this sun's shooting bow back then, I would have had a handy weapon. The wry smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more pronounced as he spoke. In his opinion, Lao was too much of a prodigal. Although this sun's shooting bow is no longer as powerful as it was in the past, it was still a top celestial supreme treasure in the past. Even my divine sun fire can't do anything to it. Lao said. Wasn't your bow broken by the little devil dragon's dragon tendon earlier? It's perfect to match the little devil dragon's dragon tendon. Its power might not be as powerful as a celestial supreme treasure, but on this planet, it's still a first-class divine weapon. Lao raised his hand and grabbed the broken sun's shooting bow before he passed it to Duan Lingtian. That's true. It's perfect to match the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon. Duan Lingtian nodded and took the bow, but he still looked a little disappointed. It would have been better if it was a complete sun's shooting bow. What a pity. If it was a complete sun's shooting bow, it would have been heavier than the Jasper Immortal Sword. Only 5 of the 10 heavenly jewels embedded in it would have been as heavy as the Jasper Immortal Sword. Lao added. A complete sun's shooting bow is heavier than the Jasper Immortal Sword? And twice as heavy. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard this. If that was the case, what kind of freak was Ho Yi? He had killed 9 3-legged golden crows with the sun's shooting bow with his mortal body. Was he really human? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Lao and voiced his doubts. Ho Yi's mortal body doesn't mean he's just an ordinary person. It's just that he can't produce celestial origin energy in his body. He mainly cultivates his body. Even if he's barehanded, ordinary celestials are no match for him. Lao explained. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He was wondering how an ordinary person could lift a complete sun's shooting bow that was twice as heavy as the Jasper Immortal Sword. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He asked. Lao, the Jasper Immortal Sword and the sun's shooting bow are both celestial supreme treasures. Why isn't the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda heavy? The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda isn't heavy. It's only for its owner. If the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda didn't acknowledge you as its owner, You wouldn't be able to lift it either, Hualao said. But didn't the sea monster carry the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda around? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. As it turned out, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was in the hands of the sea monster in the depths of the ocean not far from Half Moon Island. According to the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island, it was often carried around by the sea monster. That's because I didn't want to stay in the same place with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, so I controlled its weight. Hualao explained. I'm the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda after all. Although I can't affect its acknowledgement of its owner, I can still control its weight. I see. Duan Lingtian's doubts disappeared after listening to Hualao's explanation. If that's the case, this incomplete sun shooting bow is the most suitable for me right now. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly as he looked at the rusty sun shooting bow in his hand. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and hung the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon on the sun shooting bow. Just as Hualao had said, the body of the sun shooting bow was indeed tough. No matter how hard he tried to pull the bowstring, the sun shooting bow did not move at all. Hualao, what's the original bowstring of the sun shooting bow made of? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this and could not help but ask. It's also a dragon tendon, Hualao replied. Dragon tendon? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. Isn't the sun shooting bow a top celestial supreme treasure? Even the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon isn't qualified to be its bowstring, right? The dragon tendon of a 5-clawed divine dragon isn't even qualified to be the bowstring of an ordinary celestial bow, let alone be the bowstring of the sun shooting bow. The bowstring of the sun shooting bow is the dragon tendon of a 9-clawed winged dragon. Hualao explained. 9-clawed winged dragon? Duan Lingtian could not help but be puzzled when he heard this. What's that? A divine dragon too? The 9-clawed winged dragon is also known as the 9-clawed divine dragon. Hualao explained patiently. 9-clawed divine dragon. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. There's actually a 9-clawed divine dragon in this world? I thought the 5-clawed divine dragon was the top existence among dragons. I didn't expect there to be a 9-clawed divine dragon as well. The 5-clawed divine dragon is only considered to be the top on planets like planet Yanhuang and this planet. Hualao said, when you have the strength to leave this planet in the future, you'll realize that there are not only 9-clawed divine dragons in this world, but there are also 6-clawed divine dragons, 7-clawed divine dragons, and 8-clawed divine dragons as well. Duan Lingtian nodded. His biggest goal now was to return to Earth. If he wanted to return to Earth, he would have to leave the planet he was currently on. Therefore, his goal was to leave this planet as well. With my current strength, I'm still far from being able to wield the sun shooting bow freely. I should be able to do it when I break through to the mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the sun shooting bow in his hand. At this moment, he was even more eager to break through to the mortal shedding stage. I wonder when I'll be able to integrate my profundity into my body to help me open up saint veins. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation about how many saint veins he would be able to open up after he broke through to the mortal shedding stage. With the help of the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity and 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity, he was confident the number of saint veins he would open in his body would not be any less than Xuanai. However, I can't cultivate for the time being. Xuanai must still be looking for me. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he bade farewell to Hualao and left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. With a lift of his hand, Duan Lingtian held the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that was the size of a speck of dust in his hand. It's a pity that the space inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is unstable before the 4th level is repaired. Otherwise, I can hide inside even if I encounter a powerful enemy. Chapter 1358. That's not right. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. He could not help but ask the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Hualao, didn't you say that the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a top immortal supreme treasure and has a terrifying weight? If I hide inside and it shrinks to hide, it shouldn't be flipped over, right? That way, I won't be blasted out. Duan Lingtian thought of this in a flash. Before the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, even if a gust of wind blows, the space inside will be unstable. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Hualao explained, apart from me, anything with life will be blasted out at that time. You the master are no exception. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's thoughts that had just become active quieted down again. He knew that he was overthinking things. I don't know where this place is. Xuanai must still be looking for me. Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and left the small island beneath his feet. He stood in the air and kept looking at his surroundings. All he could see was the boundless sea. He could not find his direction at all. At this time, it would be great if I had a compass like I did on Earth in my previous life. No, even if the sun here is the same as the sun on Earth in my previous life, I would still be able to identify the direction. The problem is, there's not only one sun here. In this season, there are 2 other suns rising from different directions. Duan Lingtian sighed and asked Hualao. Hualao could not help him either. At this time, he could only search around on his own. I'll go in this direction. After choosing a direction, Duan Lingtian quickly flew out. However, after traveling at full speed for a month, he still did not see any land. He did not even see a slightly larger island. Moreover, along the way, he had encountered many ferocious wild beasts. There were a few times when he almost lost his life. At this moment, Duan Lingtian flew above the sea. He did not dare to get too close to the sea for fear of being killed. This feeling made Duan Lingtian feel very aggrieved. With my strength, I can be considered as the best on Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. However, it's only ordinary here. If I'm not mistaken, this place should be close to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and guessed to himself. Moreover, the gravity here is obviously much stronger than Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. According to Xuanai, the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Saint Islands can't be compared to the continent and the Saint Islands. Just like how I can only fly. If I'm here on Cloud Continent and the Saint Island, I can't. Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued to fly forward. There's an island in front. After another half a month, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw an island. It was a small island that was isolated in the vast sea. After observing his surroundings for a while, and making sure it was safe, Duan Lingtian stepped on the air and landed on the small island. The small island was barren. There was no sign of life at all. I should cultivate here until I reach the mortal shedding stage before I leave. Otherwise, with my current strength, I might die in the vast sea. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. If he really died in the vast sea without even making it to the Dao Martial Saint Land, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Duan Lingtian found a secluded place and dug a cave for himself. He cultivated inside. The cave was very calm. There was no wind or rain, but it was slightly dark. Soon after, the cave was illuminated by the luminous pearl Duan Lingtian took out. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The tiny 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda landed in the corner of the cave. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he entered the first level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao. After entering, Duan Lingtian saw Hualao, who was resting with his eyes closed not far away. He greeted him. Upon hearing that, Hualao opened his eyes and nodded. Hualao, why don't you go to the 2nd level? Isn't the cultivation environment on the 2nd level better? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. I've always stayed on the 1st level. I'm used to it. Hualao said. There were 7 treasures in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Each of the 7 treasures occupied a level. The 1st level was its territory. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not say much. He went up to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda on his own. As soon as he reached the 2nd level, Duan Lingtian noticed there was a wooden house in the courtyard with a pond. There was no need for him to think. He knew this was built by Hualao. With a faint smile, Duan Lingtian walked into the wooden house and sat on the bed before he began to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. At this moment, the vast origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body followed the 9 dragons wore sovereign technique's last form, the divine dragon form. Apart from that, he also tried to integrate the fused profundity into it. According to Xuanai, he would be able to break through to the mortal shedding stage like this. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. He had completely forgotten about the time while he was cultivating. However, very soon, his mood became somewhat irritable. This was because he realized until now, he still did not show any signs of breaking through to the mortal shedding stage. The origin energy in his body still rejected the fused profundity. Of course, it was no longer as repulsive as before. After opening his eyes and waking up from his cultivation, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. No matter what, I've improved compared to before. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had calmed down as well. He continued to cultivate. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. A year's time passed by very quickly. Of course, a year's time was in the outside world. It was not the time in the second level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. A total of 3 years had passed on the second level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After a year, Half Moon Island was still peaceful. In the middle of Half Moon Island, in the spacious residence of the Lingtian sect, 2 beautiful ladies were sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard of a spacious mansion. Kerr, what kind of freak do you think we're pregnant with? It's been a year, but it's only so small. One of the ladies who exuded an enchanting charm from head to toe said to the other lady, who looked like a pretty girl from a humble family. Her hand was gently caressing her abdomen. One could not tell that she was pregnant with a child at first glance. Young master should already know that we're not going to give birth so soon. Otherwise, he'd definitely be back. The pretty girl who looked like a pretty girl also caressed her abdomen and said with a smile, "That should be the case. I wish he didn't know about this. If that's the case, I'd be able to see him sooner. It's been a year since he left. I really miss him." The lady who exuded an enchanting charm was one of Duan Lingtian's fiancés, Li Fei. The other woman's identity was obvious as well. She was none other than Kerr, Sister Fei. A pleasant voice that sounded like an oriole's resonated. In just a blink of an eye, a white figure appeared in front of the 2 ladies. It was a little girl dressed in white, who looked like she was carved out of jade. "Little White, why didn't you play with Little Gold and Little Black?" Li Fei asked with a smile when she saw the little girl. "They're not fun at all. I still like to chat with my 2 sisters and my 2 little nephews." The little girl in white was Little White, the little white python in the past. "Little White, you've always been like this. When your 2 little nephews are born in the future, I'm afraid they won't be willing to call you aunt when they grow up." Kerr looked at Little White from head to toe and teased her. "It's all right. When I break through to the mortal shedding stage, I'll be able to transform for the second time. At that time, I'll transform into a beauty like Sister Kerr and Sister Fei." Little White said nonchalantly, "Speaking of the mortal shedding stage, is it really that difficult?" Li Fei asked. "It's very difficult." Little White nodded. "Even in the Dao Martial Saint land, the mortal shedding stage is a hurdle. If I want to break through, it'll take me 1 or 2 years at the fastest. However, I'm not in a hurry. If it's possible, I'd rather wait another 8 to 10 years before I break through. That way, my foundation will be more stable. Once I break through to the mortal shedding stage, I'll be able to open up more saint veins," Little White said. Little White said, "We're still a long way from that step." Li Fei sighed. "Little White, when do you think our child with young master will be born?" Kerr asked. "Sister Kerr, you and Sister Fei only got pregnant after you broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. At that time, brother was already at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage." Little White pondered for a while and said, "If we don't consider the premature birth, the child will only be born after 3 to 5 years. I just hope the scoundrel can make it back in time." Li Fei said softly. A hint of longing appeared on her beautiful and enchanting face. "Young master will definitely make it back in time," Kerr said with certainty. She believed Duan Lingtian would make it back to accompany her and welcome the arrival of a new life before her child was born. Touching her belly that was beginning to swell, Kerr's face was filled with a blissful smile. North of Half Moon Island, in the vast ocean, 3 silhouettes came from 3 different directions and quickly gathered together. Still can't find it? The girl in yellow was travel-worn. Her childish face was almost gone, and she looked pale. Miss, it's been a year. If we could find it, we would have found it long ago. One of the other 2 tall middle-aged men sighed. That's right, Mississippi, the other middle-aged man nodded. He looked at the girl in yellow carefully. Brother Ling Tian must still be alive. He must still be alive. The yellow-clad girl was none other than Han Xuanai. Chapter 1359. Miss, if he's still alive, he might have returned to Half Moon Island to wait for you. One of the middle-aged men said. I'll return to Half Moon Island to take a look. Han Xuanai's eyes flashed. She turned around and shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Half Moon Island. However, Han Xuanai found out when she arrived at Half Moon Island. Duan Lingtian had not returned for more than a year. Standing above Half Moon Island, Han Xuanai's face was filled with self-blame. It's all because of me. If I hadn't been stubborn, and didn't bring Jiao and Ashur with me, Brother Ling Tian wouldn't be in trouble. Han Xuanai only snapped back to reality after taking a deep breath. It's better if I don't show myself for now. I don't want Sister Kerr, Sister Fei and Xiaobai to worry. In the end, Han Xuanai did not show herself. Jiao Ashur, let's go home. Han Xuanai turned around and looked at the 2 tall middle-aged men who followed her like shadows. She said in a deep voice, I'm going to look for father. I'll find Brother Ling Tian, no matter if he's dead or alive. She wanted to see him if he was alive or dead. Moreover, I have a strong instinct. Brother Ling Tian shouldn't be dead. Han Xuanai sighed in relief as she thought about it. A moment later, Han Xuanai headed north while being escorted by Jiao and Ashur. She was so fast that she created waves on the surface of the sea. It had only been a year outside, but 3 years had passed on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After 3 years, Duan Lingtian's 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity was 99% compatible with the origin energy in his body. According to Xuanai, I'll be able to open up the hidden saint vein in my body and break through to the early mortal shedding stage in one go after the fused profundity and origin energy are completely compatible. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he cultivated even harder. The immortal realm was close at hand. Currently, there was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to break through to the mortal shedding stage. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, in the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, a strong wind wreaked havoc, emitting a deafening sound. Immediately after, a series of dragon roars rang out. Even the 3-legged golden crow, Hualao, who was on the 1st level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, noticed the commotion on the 2nd level and immediately ascended to the 2nd level. After ascending to the 2nd level, Hualao discovered that the wooden house he had built was already in pieces. Within the wooden house, the purple figure sat cross-legged in midair. Waves of terrifying aura were emitted from his body. Of course, this wasn't enough to attract attention. The most eye-catching thing was the illusory image of 9 divine dragons above the purple figure's head. All of them are 9-clawed divine dragons? Seeing the phantom of the 9 divine dragons, Hualao's heart skipped a beat. What happened to him? How did he resonate with the 9 divine dragons? Moreover, all of them are 9-clawed divine dragons. Even though Hualao had lived for a long time, this was his first time witnessing such a scene. In fact, he had never heard of it before. However, although he had never seen or heard of it before, he could tell that this was an extraordinary heaven and earth phenomenon. For such a heaven and earth phenomenon to appear on a person, this person was definitely not someone ordinary. Soon after, Hualao discovered that after the phantom of the 9 divine dragons let out a few dragon roars, they transformed into 9 rays of light that shot into Duan Lingtian's body and disappeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. A rolling wave of air, with him as the center, wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Ha ha ha! I've broken through. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian, who opened his eyes, laughed heartily. 15 Saint Veins. It's actually 15 Saint Veins. Compared to Xuan I have 5 more. The moment Duan Lingtian broke through to the mortal shedding stage, he discovered that he had opened 15 Saint Veins. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian realized a problem. Aren't there only 81 Saint Veins? I'm only at the early mortal shedding stage now, but I've already opened 15 Saint Veins. Logically speaking, I should have opened at least 16 Saint Veins when I was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. At the mastery mortal shedding stage, at least 17 Saint Veins. At the perfection mortal shedding stage, at least 18 Saint Veins. And at the paramount mortal shedding stage, at least 19 Saint Veins. If I add all of them up, I think it's 85 Saint Veins? 85 Saint Veins? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. Did they not say that there were only 81 hidden Saint Veins in a person's body? Even in the long history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only 3 people who had opened 81 Saint Veins. These 3 people had all become powerhouses who stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land and looked down on the world. Hualao. Duan Lingtian asked Hualao curiously. Saint Veins? It seemed like it was Hualao's first time hearing about Saint Veins. The Saint Veins you mentioned are called Earth Veins in the Yin Huang planet. There are more than 81 hidden Saint Veins in any living being's body. However, it's indeed considered a top talent to be able to open 81 Saint Veins. Such a person would have great achievements. Hualao continued to say. Actually, there are a total of 99 hidden Saint Veins in a person's body. The other 18 are hidden very well. It's impossible to open them unless one is blessed by nature. 99? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when he heard Hualao's words. There were as many as 99 hidden Saint Veins in a person's body? The other 18 Saint Veins are mainly connected to the eyes, nose, and ears. Once all of them are opened, whether it's vision, smell, or hearing, it'll reach an extremely terrifying level. Those with strong vision can cultivate clairvoyance, and those with strong hearing can cultivate clairvoyance. Hualao explained. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, I've never heard of anyone opening 99 Saint Veins. Even that old monk, Tathagata, is rumored to have only opened 95 Saint Veins. The horse protector should be the one who opened the most Saint Veins after him. He opened 93 Saint Veins. Hualao said. The Gautama Buddha had opened up 95 holy meridians? Sun Wukong opened 93 Saint Veins? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that Saint Veins was just a name on this planet. It was not called Saint Veins on other planets and places. Hualao, what's the Jade Emperor Heaven you just mentioned? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he recovered from his shock. Knowing this now will only add to your worries. You'll naturally know when you have the ability to leave this planet. Hualao said evasively. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he had a few guesses in his heart. The Jade Emperor Heaven that Hualao mentioned must be related to the Jade Emperor in the ancient myths and legends in his previous life. Whether it was Hualao, Gautama Buddha, or even Sun Wukong, they should all be in the Jade Emperor Heaven. You're really talented to be able to open 15 Saint Veins now. With your talent, you'll be able to open at least 85 Saint Veins in the future. Even in the entire Jade Emperor Heaven, there won't be more than 10 people with your talent. Hualao sighed emotionally. Hualao, how many Saint Veins did you open in the past? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 87. Hualao said. 8. 87? When Duan Lingtian heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. The smugness that had just risen in his heart vanished in an instant. So what if he could open 85 Saint Veins? Hualao, the 3-legged golden crow standing in front of him, had only opened 89 Saint Veins. However, in the end, he was still imprisoned in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, and became a pagoda spirit. Duan Lingtian seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water. He was completely sober now. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Hualao in confusion and asked, Hualao, Yin Huang planet can produce so many talented powerhouses. Why did this planet only produce 3 people who opened 81 saint veins in such a long time. Yanhuang planet is the secular planet closest to the Jade Emperor heaven. Many of the legends that people like you have heard of in the future may not be true. Although the horse protector and I were born on Yanhuang planet, we are not natives of Yanhuang planet. I'm a three-legged golden crow, transformed from the divine sunfire that fell from the Jade Emperor heaven to Yanhuang planet. The horse protector was transformed from the five-colored stone of the ancient goddess Niwa. The five-colored stone was originally an object of the Jade Emperor heaven. In the future, you'll know that many of the legendary figures you know are not natives of Yanhuang planet. Lao said. What about Li Jing? Duan Lingtian asked again. Li Jing is a native of Yanhuang planet. It's because of this that he was recognized by the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The earliest owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the old monk Dipankara, was also from Yanhuang planet. The old monk Dipankara can be considered the most outstanding person from Yanhuang planet. Lao said slowly. How many Saint Meridians did he open? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. 85. Lao said. Only 85? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Even he could open at least 85 Saint Meridians in the future. Only? Lao shook his head. As a native of a secular planet, the old monk Dipankara can open 85 Saint Meridians, which is amazing. At least, before Li Jing was killed, I have never heard of a second native of Yanhuang planet who opened more than 82 Saint Meridians. Even Li Jing only opened 80 Saint Meridians. His son Neza is stronger than him and opened 81 Saint Meridians. Lao continued. Moreover, the number of Saint Meridians only affects the speed of power, leaving the body to a certain extent, as well as the explosive power produced in an instant. You can't judge a person's strength by the number of Saint Meridians. Chapter 1360. Lao was the best example. Although Lao had opened 87 saint veins, he was still no match for Burning Lamp, who had opened 85 saint veins. His talent might be better than Burning Lamp, but his overall strength was much weaker. Otherwise, he would not have been imprisoned in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and become the pagoda spirit. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Lao's words. He had heard about this from Xuanai before. Apart from saint veins, there were many other factors that could affect one's strength. So, most of the characters in the ancient myths and legends from my previous life are not natives of Earth. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized this. He could only believe half of the ancient myths and legends from his previous life. The other half was made up by later generations. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice that Lao's gaze was very different from before. There was one thing that Lao did not tell Duan Lingtian. Even Burning Lamp Buddha, who had opened 85 saint veins back then, had only opened 13 saint veins when he first opened his saint veins. He was not as good as Duan Lingtian now. He did not say this because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would become complacent because of this. Soon, Lao returned to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian also closed his eyes again. However, he did not cultivate. Instead, he began to look at the 15 saint veins in his body. 15 saint veins were huge compared to the other meridians. The 15 saint veins hovered in Duan Lingtian's body like 15 divine dragons. As for the other meridians, they were like inconspicuous little snakes. My dantian is gone. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized that the dantian in his lower abdomen had disappeared and was replaced by numerous crisscrossing saint veins. All 15 saint veins were directed at the space between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows. In between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows, there was a sea of qi, which could only be seen when one used their spiritual power to touch it. Right now, his sea of qi was only the size of a pigeon egg. There was only a sliver of jinqi inside, and it was not abundant. This strand of true qi was the transformation of Duan Lingtian's original origin energy. Even though it didn't look like much, in terms of power, it wasn't something that Duan Lingtian's original origin energy could compare to. True qi was a completely different level of power. The circulation route of the Nine Dragons' War Sovereign technique has indeed been passively changed. This shouldn't be considered the divine dragon transformation, right? Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Just as Xuanai had said, his cultivation method had changed. Xuanai had told him before. Once a martial cultivator or Dao cultivator had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, their cultivation method would more or less change. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to circulate his cultivation method. At once, the heaven and earth spirit energy, on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, surged into his body continuously. It flowed through his 15 saint veins and circulated according to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques cultivation method. After circulating one qi cycle, the heaven and earth spirit energy transformed into true qi and merged with his sea of qi. The true qi in his sea of qi had grown a little stronger, but it was almost negligible. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry. He continued to cultivate and continuously absorbed the true qi on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He merged it with his body and refined it into true qi for his own use. According to Xuanai, I'll only be able to break through to the next level when the true qi in my sea of qi is full. Because of Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the mortal shedding stage. This is Duan Lingtian, who was focused on cultivating, suddenly discovered that when the heaven and earth spirit energy entered his body and circulated around his 15 saint veins, there were streaks of strange energy moving rapidly around the heaven and earth spirit energy. At first, Duan Lingtian did not notice this. However, when he took a closer look, he was shocked to discover that there were a total of 9 streaks of strange energy. They looked like 9 divine dragons that moved around the heaven and earth spirit energy. The 9 divine dragons only disappeared when the heaven and earth spirit energy transformed into true qi and merged with his sea of qi. It seems like this is the true transformation of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This should be the 10th transformation of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, right? The 9th transformation, the divine dragon transformation, is no longer the last transformation. What should the 10th transformation be called? The 9 dragons war sovereign technique was passed down to Duan Lingtian from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. In the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, the 9 dragons war sovereign technique only had 9 transformations, and the divine dragon transformation was the last transformation. Now that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, the 9 dragons war sovereign technique had undergone a transformation. The mental cultivation method that was circulating now was no longer the divine dragon transformation. Why don't I call it the 9 dragons transformation? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he became. He decided on the name of the 10th transformation of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. 9 dragons transformation. True qi. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly and stretched out his arms. The true qi in his sea of qi immediately whistled out and gathered on his arms through his 15 saint veins. That's fast. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally experienced the benefits of having multiple saint veins. The true qi in his sea of qi seemed to have gathered on his arms in just a blink of an eye. If I only had one saint vein, I wonder how long it would take to gather all the true qi in my arms? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Boom! Boom! With a raise of his arms, Duan Lingtian threw 2 punches out. Instantly, the true qi whistled through the air, causing the air on the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to tremble. A faint fist print swept out and landed on the wall of the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. A loud sound reverberated in the air as a shockwave swept out. It was as though a gust of wind had swept through the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, the wall was not damaged at all. What a powerful force! My previous strength is nothing compared to my current strength. After experiencing the power of the true qi, Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. Although the wall was not damaged at all, Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all. What a joke! This was the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, a top-tier celestial supreme treasure. It would be strange if he could leave a mark on it with just one punch. The origin energy in my body is gone. I can't sense the profundity as well. Now I only have true qi left. However, I still have my spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian was gradually getting used to his current situation. Now, I should be able to use the sun shooting bow freely. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. With a raise of his hand, a bow appeared in his hand. It was a tattered bow. Only the bowstring could be seen on the bow. There were 10 notches on the bow that were extremely ugly. The bowstring was completely black. It was shimmering with a black halo that emitted a terrifying aura. It was the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon. After I've broken through to the mortal shedding stage, my body seems to have become a lot stronger. When Duan Lingtian held the sun shooting bow in his hand, he did not feel any pressure at all even before he circulated his true energy. In fact, before he made a breakthrough, he could feel immense pressure when he held the sun shooting bow with just his brute strength, origin energy and profundity. However, now he could use the sun shooting bow freely without using his true qi, and with just his physical strength. In other words, his physical strength was more powerful than all the strength he had before he had broken through. Ha! Duan Lingtian shouted as he was seized by a sudden impulse. The muscles on his body bulged as he threw a punch that tore through the sky. An invisible energy swept out instantly and swept across the sky, creating a series of deafening explosions. In the end, the invisible energy landed on the wall and set off a vast shockwave. It's so powerful. Duan Lingtian was shocked. He realized his physical strength was not much weaker than the power of his true qi. If I add my true qi to it. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, the true qi in his qi si surged out through the 15 saint veins again. Accompanied by his physical strength, he threw another punch without holding back. This time, Duan Lingtian only heard a whistling sound in his ears, followed by an explosion. His true qi surged out with his physical strength at a speed so fast that it was difficult for him to catch it with his naked eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, a powerful gust of wind rebounded from the wall, causing Duan Lingtian's robe to flutter. It's too powerful. With my current strength, I might even be able to fight a martial or Dao cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After experiencing the new energy in his body, Duan Lingtian was a little excited. At this moment, he could not wait to find 7 or 8 martial or Dao cultivators at the early or intermediate mortal shedding stage to fight. After breaking through, I finally have some strength to protect myself. I can't stay here forever. It's time to leave. With this thought, Duan Lingtian left the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to the cave. Hualao, how long have I been cultivating? Duan Lingtian asked as he put the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away. 3 years. Hualao replied. What? 3 years? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as shock filled his face. 3 years have passed. I don't even know if my 2 children have been born yet. No, I have to go back. I have to go back to Half Moon Island. He did not want to break his promise. Since he had said he would go back when the 2 girls were about to give birth, he had to go back. Nobody could stop him. 3 years have passed on the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's only been a year outside. Hualao said again. As soon as Hualao's words left his mouth, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on Duan Lingtian's head, causing him to wake up completely. Hualao, why didn't you tell me earlier that it's time on the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Duan Lingtian said helplessly. He had thought it was because 3 years had passed outside that he was panicking. After all, he still did not know which way was the way back. It's only been a year outside. In addition to the time I spent on my journey, it's only been a little more than a year. Luckily, it's still early before Kerr and little Fair are about to give birth. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of this. He now knew that the 2 girls would only give birth 3 to 5 years later. He was not in a hurry now that he knew it had only been a little more than a year. After leaving the cave, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and looked around. In the end, he still walked in the direction he had come from. Chapter 1361. As he moved forward, Duan Lingtian could feel the gravity was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head abruptly and looked to his right. He saw a small black dot outside the vast ocean. It's so far away. I can still see it. It's either a large island or a piece of land. Duan Lingtian was a little excited when he saw the small black dot. Whether it was a large island or a piece of land, there could be people. The thought of meeting someone and asking where he was made Duan Lingtian fly toward the small black dot in the distance without any hesitation. His speed was getting faster and faster. It's a large island. After he got closer, Duan Lingtian finally saw clearly that it was a large island. There must be people on such a large island. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. Boom! A loud sound came and interrupted Duan Lingtian's excitement. Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately. This was because he saw a gigantic creature breaking out of the ocean in front of him. It rose into the air and blocked his way as it stirred up raging waves. It was a wild beast that was completely black with scales all over its body. Its pair of oily green eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as black saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth. The wild beast looked a little like a pangolin. However, it was much bigger than a pangolin. It stood there like a small hill. I was just looking for someone to practice with. You've saved me a lot of effort by delivering yourself to me. Duan Lingtian's expression quickly calmed down, and he squinted his eyes. He could see it. The speed that the pangolin displayed earlier proved its strength to a certain extent. Its speed was on par with his speed when he did not use his true energy. It's a wild beast on the early mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian could see it. He had learned a little about wild beasts from Han Xuanai previously. Therefore, he was not surprised when he encountered wild beasts along the way. Yoa! The savage beast stared at Duan Lingtian for a while. Then its green eyes flashed. It turned the corner and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. Good timing. Facing a savage beast, Duan Lingtian showed no fear. Taking a step forward, he faced it head-on. However, Zhang Xian was only using his Junqi to maintain his flight. He didn't intend to use his Junqi to deal with the savage beast. Facing the savage beast, the muscles all over his body bulged, and an explosive force gushed into his fists. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the savage beast was right in front of him. Duan Lingtian threw a punch at its head. Following a loud bang, he borrowed the force of the impact to retreat. On the other hand, the savage beast was sent flying for more than 10 meters before it came to a stop. What a strong defense! Could it be that Xuanai said that the defense of a savage beast is comparable to half of the dragons? Duan Lingtian sighed. But it's a pity that you met me. My body has been tempered by the energy of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It's even stronger than the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Facing the savage beast that was pouncing toward him again, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He shot out like a cannonball. Whoosh! The cannonball shot out and met the savage beast head-on. Bang! 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 Facing the continuous waves of Junqi coming out of the savage beast's mouth, Duan Lingtian threw punch after punch, shattering all of the waves of Junqi. Every time he shattered the waves of Junqi, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yoa! The savage beast let out a strange cry. Compared to before, there were some changes in its voice. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly uneasy when he heard its strange cry. Soon after, Duan Lingtian found out why he felt uneasy. It was because the savage beast was calling for its companions. The surrounding sea began to churn as raging waves rose continuously. Each time it rose, it was accompanied by a gigantic black shadow that shot out and arrived in the sky in just a blink of an eye. Boom! 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 Along with the loud noise that came from the sea, hundreds of identical savage beasts appeared around Duan Lingtian. These savage beasts looked exactly like the pangolin savage beast. After looking around, Duan Lingtian saw hundreds of pairs of ghostly green eyes. All of them are early mortal shedding stage savage beasts. Good heavens! You can't defeat me, so you called for so many helpers? Duan Lingtian looked at the savage beast that he had suppressed earlier and scolded jokingly. However, the savage beast without intelligence obviously did not understand Duan Lingtian's words. It nodded at the hundreds of savage beasts, causing them to nod in unison. Duan Lingtian was not afraid of 8 to 10 of such savage beasts. However, Duan Lingtian had to be cautious when facing hundreds of them. For this reason, he immediately took out his sun-shooting bow and the arrows that he carried with him. The hundreds of savage beasts surrounded Duan Lingtian like dumplings. Nobody knew when, but 3 figures appeared above Duan Lingtian and the group of savage beasts. They were a middle-aged man, a young man and a young woman. It's rare to see such a scene. The middle-aged man, who was dressed like a scholar and had a silk headband on his head and a feather fan in his hand, looked down and smiled. That's right. Usually, those who have the ability to make the pangolin beasts seek help from their tribe usually have the ability to kill the pangolin beasts in a short time. However, he actually attracted the pangolin beast tribe. The young woman nodded in agreement. He's seeking death. The young man snorted and said, I don't think so. The middle-aged scholar shook his head and looked at the purple figure, who was surrounded by hundreds of pangolin beasts with interest. This young man doesn't seem old. 35 years old. At this moment, the young man next to him stared at the purple figure with a strange gleam in his eyes as he continued to speak. Ye man, don't you know it's impolite to check someone's age like this? The young woman frowned. The young man smiled nonchalantly. When he looked at the purple figure, there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. It was a look of condescension. Who's that? Duan Lingtian was initially on guard against the hundreds of savage beasts in the surroundings, when he suddenly felt a wave of spiritual energy sweeping toward him. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded his entire body before it retreated. He immediately lifted his head and looked up into the sky. His gaze immediately locked onto one of the 3 people in the sky. It was the young man who was looking at him with contempt. He's the one who used his spiritual energy to spy on me? Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He did not expect to meet such a rude person when he first met him overseas. Wah! Wah! At this moment, the green eyes of the hundreds of wild beasts surrounding Duan Lingtian flashed as they made their move one after another. They charged toward Duan Lingtian like a swarm of locusts. Senior Lin, should we help him? The young woman looked at the middle-aged scholar and asked, why should we care about him? Let him fend for himself. Before the middle-aged scholar could speak, the young man said nonchalantly. The way the purple-clad young man looked at him made him very unhappy. If the middle-aged scholar was not present, he would have cooperated with the savage beasts to kill the purple-clad young man. Now that the young woman wanted to save the purple-clad young man, he was naturally unhappy. There's no hurry. Let's wait and see, the middle-aged scholar said nonchalantly. At the same time, he looked at the young man calmly, causing the young man's expression to change slightly. He lowered his head in fear. Good timing. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian shouted as he faced the hundreds of savage beasts that were charging toward him. He leaped into the air and shot up into the sky like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. In just a blink of an eye, he had already reached the sky and occupied the highest point. Naturally, the hundreds of savage beasts followed closely behind him. Whoosh! In the face of the hundreds of savage beasts, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand and placed an arrow on the sun-shooting bow. Although his strength had increased tremendously, he could only pull the bowstring slightly. He could only see that the bowstring was pulled back in a shallow arc. He can't even pull the bowstring properly. How dare he fight with hundreds of pangolin beasts? He's really overestimating himself. The young man, ye man, said disdainfully in the sky. This bow. The young woman frowned slightly in confusion. However, the middle-aged scholar's eyes lit up when he saw the sun-shooting bow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Clang! As the sound of a muffled thunder reverberated in the air, the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand flew out and shot up into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the arrow fell and transformed into arrow rays that filled the sky. It was like a meteor shower as it rained down and enveloped the hundreds of savage beasts in just a blink of an eye. Arrow light shower. The arrow that Duan Lingtian cast was the aerolite shower from the colossal aerolite arrow. Compared to the aerolite strike, the aerolite shower was much weaker. It was still at the first stage of the Saint grade martial tactic, the elementary glimpse stage. However, in such a situation, the aerolite shower was much more effective than the aerolite strike. Moreover, apart from unleashing all of his physical strength, Duan Lingtian's true energy in his sea of qi was released without reservation. This was his first time unleashing his full strength in a battle, since he had broken through to the early mortal shedding stage. Whoosh! 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 The sword rays that filled the sky rained down like a meteor shower. The savage beasts were also enveloped by the meteor shower. Whoosh! 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 Along with a series of soft sounds, more than half of the hundreds of savage beast scales were penetrated and died immediately. One arrow killed almost 100 savage beasts. Although there was still a small half of them left, Duan Lingtian was already very satisfied with the situation. A smile appeared on his face. How powerful! In the sky, the young woman's autumn eyes flashed in shock. The way she looked at Duan Lingtian was completely different now. That's right. The middle-aged scholar nodded and smiled. When Yi Man saw how Duan Lingtian was in the limelight, his expression turned grave as though his parents had died. After almost 100 savage beasts were killed, they fell into the ocean and set off waves again. Soon after, the entire ocean was dyed red with blood. Chapter 1362. Ah, my arrow. Duan Lingtian frowned. He realized he could not retrieve the arrow that he had shot out. The inscription formation seemed to have lost its effect. Could it be because of the gravity here? Duan Lingtian could only think of this possibility at this moment. Previously, he had heard from Xuanai that due to the extraordinary gravity and magnetic field in the Dao Martial Saint Land, many inscription formations on Cloud Continent would lose their effect. If I'd known earlier, I would have chased after them and retrieved the arrow. The speed of the arrow shot out by the aerolite shower is far slower than my body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian felt a little regretful. It's your turn now. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly shifted to the remaining 30 over wild beasts. A devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! 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 After Duan Lingtian cast the aerolite shower again, the remaining 30 fishes that escaped the net were all killed. Not a single one of them survived. Body and arrow synchronization. As the arrow rain whistled down, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and shot out another arrow. This arrow was condensed from his true qi. After the arrow was shot out, he stepped on it and chased after it. When he was close to the surface of the sea, he successfully caught the arrow that he had shot out and put it away. Dong! 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 Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave after retrieving the arrow, a series of strange noises resonated from the sea beneath his feet. In the next instant, the sea that had just calmed down began to stir again. Let's go. It's the pangolin's blood that attracted the other wild beasts. Right at this moment, a pleasing voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears and reminded him of something. Duan Lingtian raised his head instinctively and saw the young lady among the 3 people in the sky was reminding him. Without any hesitation, he stomped his feet and rose into the air. However, he was still too late. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated in the air as the surface of the sea was torn apart. Terrifying waves surged as gigantic figures appeared around Duan Lingtian, one after another. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He looked around and realized that he was surrounded by all kinds of savage beasts. The first 3 savage beasts that appeared gave him a sense of helplessness. This was because the 3 wild beasts were ridiculously fast. Their speed was almost twice his speed. They were at least on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Shit! We've kicked an iron plate. Duan Lingtian's expression was ugly. With the sun shooting bow, he was confident he could kill a fierce beast at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, the difference between a fierce beast at the mastery mortal shedding stage was too great. Even the sun-shooting bow would not be able to bridge such a large gap. However, Duan Lingtian was not a person who would sit still and wait for death. In the face of the three savage beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage that charged at him, he stared at one of them coldly. At the same time, the true energy in his chi swept out through the 15 saint veins and arrived in his hand in just a blink of an eye. With a lift of his hand, Duan Lingtian unleashed all of his physical strength. Along with the true energy, he pulled the sun-shooting bow a little and released the arrow. Arrowlight strike. At once, the arrow shot out and disappeared in the air. When it reappeared, it had already pierced one of the eyes of the savage beast that Duan Lingtian was staring at, blinding it. Roar! The savage beast that was blinded by Duan Lingtian's arrow roared furiously. Its speed increased and soon, it arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. *T. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. His arrow was stuck in the savage beast's eye. There was no way he could retrieve it. At this moment, he could only consolidate his true energy into an arrow and cast the body in arrow synchronization in an attempt to dodge the savage beast's frontal attack. However, he had underestimated the savage beast. Roar! Almost at the instant when Duan Lingtian stepped on the arrow and flew out, a deafening roar exploded in his ears. Accompanying the roar was a black shadow that blotted out the sky. Sound of death. When Duan Lingtian discovered that he was being closed in on, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately cast the only close-range offensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow, the sound of death. The bowstring of the sun-shooting bow and the dragon tendon of the five-clawed devil dragon trembled as true energy light blades swept out toward the savage beast. However, when the true energy light blades landed on the savage beast's body, it only left a shallow mark. Moreover, it made the savage beast even more furious. It looked as though it would not stop until it had killed Duan Lingtian. Don't tell me that I, Duan Lingtian, am going to die here without even going to the Dao Martial Saint land? Duan Lingtian's expression was grave. Enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At this moment, Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Hua Lao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, was also observing Duan Lingtian's situation outside, due to the violent turbulence in the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When he saw that Duan Lingtian was about to be killed, he quickly reminded him, "Enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired. The space inside is unstable and will blast me out, right?" Duan Lingtian was stunned by Hua Lao's words. However, he did not think too much about it. With just a thought, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The moment he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he felt a force shrouding his body and pushing him out. Boom! As soon as Duan Lingtian came out, he was sent flying by the savage beast with a slap. He was severely injured. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian managed to hide in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by now. Although he only managed to hide for a moment in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he managed to avoid the savage beast's sure-kill attack. The force that landed on his body was the remnant force of the savage beast's attack. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda can be used like this? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he caught the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that almost fell into the sea in his hand. At that moment, he thought he was definitely going to die. Roar! The savage beast that was blinded by Duan Lingtian became even more furious when it saw that Duan Lingtian was still alive. It charged toward Duan Lingtian again. The other two savage beasts at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage followed suit. This situation, even if I hide in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and avoid the sure-kill attack from one of the savage beasts, I'm afraid I'll be killed by the other savage beast when I'm blasted out. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He had completely given up on the thought of entering the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He might be able to avoid the first attack, but he would not be able to avoid it forever. Whoosh! Just when Duan Lingtian thought he was going to die and had a bitter expression on his face, a gust of wind blew past, and a person appeared next to him. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the person who appeared in front of him. He recognized the person. It was one of the three people who were watching him from the sky. It was the middle-aged man, who was dressed like a scholar, and had a silk headband on his head, and a feather fan in his hand. Scram! After the middle-aged scholar appeared, he spat out a word that was neither fast nor slow. The moment the middle-aged scholar's words left his mouth, the feather fan in his hand flew out of his hand and disappeared into the air. At the very least, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, his folding fan had disappeared. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see that the three savage beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage that were closest to him were slashed into two. Their upper and lower bodies were separated, as they fell one after another with their eyes wide open. As soon as the three savage beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage died, the remaining savage beasts stopped moving one after another. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the middle-aged scholar. Although savage beasts did not have the intelligence of humans, they were still creatures that followed the law of the jungle after all. They hesitated when they saw the savage beasts that were more powerful than them being killed. As soon as the feather fan returned to the middle-aged scholar's hand, the surrounding savage beasts scattered and fell into the sea one after another, disappearing without a trace. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian, who was lucky enough to escape with his life, took a deep breath before he regained his senses. He quickly thanked the middle-aged scholar. At the same time, he was shocked by the man's strength. The middle-aged scholar looked at Duan Lingtian quietly without saying a word. The scene earlier could not help but appear in his mind. In fact, he had already planned to make a move when the purple-clad young man was almost killed by the mastery mortal shedding stage savage beast. However, he did not expect that the purple-clad young man would vanish into thin air when he was about to make a move. Initially, he thought the purple-clad young man had concealed his strength and displayed a speed that even he could not see through. However, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to appear again in the next moment. Although he had dodged the mastery mortal shedding stage savage beast's killing blow, he was injured by the aftershock. At that time, he realized that the purple-clad young man had concealed his strength. The purple-robed young man didn't conceal his strength. Instead, he had executed some kind of unique means to vanish for an instant, allowing him to dodge the savage beast's killing blow. Senior. When Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged scholar staring at him without saying a word, he felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that this man who looked like a human had that kind of special hobby? At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have disguised himself. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to be too handsome. Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. If this guy really wanted to use force, he would rather die than surrender. A scholar would rather be killed than humiliated. One could imagine that if the middle-aged scholar knew what was going on in Duan Lingtian's mind, he would definitely slap him and regret saving Duan Lingtian. Are you from Fuyu Town as well? Finally, the middle-aged scholar retracted his gaze and asked with a smile on his face. Fuyu Town. Upon hearing the middle-aged scholar's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. What's that? You don't know about Fuyu Town? This time, it was the middle-aged scholar's turn to be surprised. I don't. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly and said, Ever since I left my hometown, I've lost my way in the vast ocean. It took me a few months before I finally arrived here. Fuyu Town is Fuyu Island. Do you see that island? At this moment, the young woman had also followed him down and pointed at the island in the distance. That island was the island Duan Lingtian was about to go to earlier. I was just about to ask for directions there. Duan Lingtian smiled. Why did you come here for? The young woman asked curiously. I lost my way. Chapter 1363. Why you're not from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The young woman could not help but reveal a surprised expression when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, and she cried out in surprise. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not know why the young woman was so surprised. One had to admit that the young woman was beautiful. Although she was not as beautiful as his two fiancés, she was still a beauty. Due to her warning, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of her. Don't tell me you're from the mortal continent? The young woman stared at Duan Lingtian, as though she had seen a ghost. Yes, I'm from the mortal continent. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he asked in confusion. But, do you have to be so surprised? Wait, let me confirm. Are you a native of the mortal continent? Or are you from the Dao Martial Saint land? Did you go to the mortal continent halfway? The young woman asked again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that no matter if it was the middle-aged scholar or the young man who had just descended and probed him with his spiritual energy, both of them were staring at him with interest. I'm a native of the mortal continent. Although Duan Lingtian did not know why they were so interested, he still told them the truth. Oh my God! Why, you're a monster! The young woman exclaimed as she covered her mouth. Although the middle-aged scholar did not lose his composure, his eyes were shining brightly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. On the other hand, the young man's face turned gloomier. His eyes were filled with jealousy when he looked at Duan Lingtian, a 35-year-old native from the mortal continent who killed hundreds of early mortal shedding stage wild beasts. The pangolin, on his own. Don't you think you're a monster? The young woman said when she saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian's face. So those wild beasts are called the pangolin. No. How do you know my age? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then he recalled that the young woman had mentioned his age. He couldn't help but exclaim. He was indeed 35 years old this year. Even on the Cloud Continent, besides the few people close to him, and the people from the Dark Han dynasty, not many people knew his true age. Duan Lingtian was naturally shocked when a stranger pointed out his true age. Just now, Yi Man used secret spirit technique to check your age. The young woman said. There's a secret spirit technique that can detect age? Duan Lingtian turned pale with fright. Now he finally understood why the young man had used his spiritual force to probe him. It turned out that he was checking his age. The spiritual secret tactic that detects one's age is not rare in the Dao Martial Saint land. The young woman said. Right. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Guo Li, and I'm from the Guo family on Fuyu Island. Soon, the young woman looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced herself. My name is Duan Lingtian, and I'm from the Cloud Continent on the Mortal Continent. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. He's a disciple from the Ye family on Fuyu Island. His name is Yi Man. I apologize for his reckless behavior earlier. Then, Guo Li introduced the young man next to Duan Lingtian to Yi Man. Guo Li, don't you think you're being too nosy? What do you mean you're apologizing for me? Yi Man snorted. I, Yi Man, am not someone who's willing to befriend anyone. Lowly people from the mortal continent aren't qualified to befriend me. Lowly people. The moment Yi Man's words left his mouth, not only did Duan Lingtian's expression turn grave, but even Guo Li and the middle-aged scholar had a grave expression on their faces. Does this mean you think you're a lowly person? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he narrowed his eyes and studied Yi Man with interest. I don't dare to speak about other people, but I, Yi Man, am naturally a lowly person in front of you. Yi Man raised his head and snorted as he spoke to Duan Lingtian in a condescending tone. I'll let you off for Guo Li's sake, let alone the fact that an impolite lowly person like you doesn't want to befriend me. Even if you're willing to befriend me, I might not be willing to do so. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart before he mocked. You. Yi Man's expression changed drastically. He was about to make a move when he noticed the middle-aged scholar looking at him. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm Lin Qingrong. After the middle-aged scholar glanced at Yi Man, he looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile on his face. Senior Lin. Duan Lingtian bowed like a junior again in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Duan Lingtian. I came to Fuyu Island this time to recruit young genius martial cultivators and Dao cultivators on behalf of Mound Hill City. Guo Li is the genius martial cultivator I recruited from Fuyu Island. She's only 27 years old, but she's already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Lin Qingrong told Duan Lingtian. 27 years old. And she's already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian was shocked as he looked at Guoli. It did not cross his mind that this good-looking young lady was actually at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Most importantly, she was only 27 years old. She was 8 years younger than him. She's really a genius. Duan Lingtian praised. He felt that he could already be considered as a top genius on Cloud Continent. But when he came here, he realized that there was always someone better than him. He was only at the early mortal shedding stage when he was 35 years old. Guoli, on the other hand, was already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage when she was 27 years old. The gap was just too big. Duan Lingtian, don't make fun of me. I'm nothing compared to you. Guoli smiled wryly. You're the one who's making fun of me, aren't you? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as well. I'm 8 years older than you, but my cultivation base is so weak. I really want to dig a hole and hide in front of you. Pfft. Duan Lingtian's words made Guoli laugh. Duan Lingtian, do you really not know or are you just pretending? What? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The cultivation environment on your mortal continent can't be compared to our Dao Martial Saint land. Moreover, the cultivation resources are far from being comparable to our Dao Martial Saint land. Guoli said. In the Dao Martial Saint land, there are countless 27-year-old martial cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage like me. In the mortal continent where you're from, there shouldn't be many people like you, right? Guoli asked when she reached the end of her sentence. Countless martial cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage like you? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Although he had heard from Xuanai that the cultivation speed of martial and Dao cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint land was very fast, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. 27-year-old martial cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage were everywhere? Guoli is too humble. There are indeed many martial cultivators like her in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, how big is the Dao Martial Saint land? She's already a rare genius martial cultivator in our Mound Hill City's territory. Lin Qingrong said. At the same time, he looked at Yi Man and said, Guoli is the strongest person among the younger generation in Fuyu Island. Yi Man is ranked second. Duan Lingtian nodded. It seemed like Lin Qingrong had taken away the two strongest people among the younger generation in Fuyu Island. Yi Man is also a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. He's 29 years old, Guoli said. He's 29 years old. Although Duan Lingtian did not like Yi Man's character, he was still a little surprised by Yi Man's martial Dao innate talent. A 29-year-old martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage was quite amazing. When he thought about the Cloud Continent he came from, almost none of the people with the same cultivation base were younger than him, let alone those with a higher cultivation base than him. However, he had already met two people who had a higher cultivation base than him, and were younger than him, before he even entered the Dao Martial Saint land. He could not help but sigh. Duan Lingtian, I'm sure you don't have a place to stay since this is your first time in the Dao Martial Saint land. Why don't you follow me back to Mound Hill City? Our Mound Hill City welcomes genius martial cultivators like you the most. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian and took the initiative to invite him. Guoli was taken aback by Lin Qingrong's invitation to Duan Lingtian. However, she soon understood. Lin Qingrong was the right-hand man of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Naturally, he would not miss out on a genius martial cultivator like Duan Lingtian. He came from the mortal continent and killed hundreds of obsidian-armored beasts on his own. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian must be a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage like her. Although Duan Lingtian was already 35 years old, he was still from the mortal continent after all. He was born and raised in the mortal continent. In the Dao Martial Saint land, people with innate talent like her were not common, but there were still many of them. However, people like Duan Lingtian were extremely rare. At the very least, she had never heard of anyone like him. Yi Man's expression changed drastically when he heard Lin Qingrong inviting Duan Lingtian. His gaze turned colder when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Senior Lin, I can accept your invitation. However, I'll have to go home in 2 years. I wonder if I have the freedom to do so after joining Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian asked after pondering for a moment. No matter what, he must go home in 2 years. At that time, his 2 fiancées would have given birth to their children. Don't worry about that. After joining Mound Hill City, you can go home to visit your family anytime. However, you'll have to inform me first. Although it's still far away from 2 years, I'll grant your request. Lin Qingrong said with a smile. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian alone was more valuable than Guo Li and Yi Man combined. Although Duan Lingtian was only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage when he was 35 years old, he was from the mortal continent. The fact that he had such a cultivation base at such a young age meant that he was definitely a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. He was not someone Guo Li and Yi Man could compare to. It was apparent that Lin Qingrong also thought Duan Lingtian was a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After all, the combat strength that Duan Lingtian demonstrated earlier was too shocking. It was not something an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator could do. Thank you, Senior Lin. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Chapter 1364. Moreover, this Senior Lin had saved his life before. Whether it was reason or emotion, there was no reason for him to reject Senior Lin's invitation. Guo Li took the initiative to congratulate Duan Lingtian. Joining the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is equivalent to having a foundation in the Dao Martial Saint Land. With this foundation, it'll be much easier for you in the future. Thank you. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked Guo Li when she congratulated him. Humph. Yi Man snorted. It was obvious he was displeased that Duan Lingtian had joined the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Yi Man. At this moment, Lin Qingrong looked at Yi Man Senior Lin. Yi Man bowed and groveled in front of Lin Qingrong. It was as though he was a completely different person from before. You can go back now, Lin Qingrong said calmly. What? It was obvious Yi Man did not understand Lin Qingrong's words. I want you to go back to Fuyu Island. I only have 2 spots to recruit genius martial and Dao cultivators this time. This time, Lin Qingrong made it clear. Only 2 spots? Guo Li was shocked. It was obvious she had just learned about this. This time, Yi Man finally heard it clearly. The meaning of Lin Qingrong's words was obvious. I only have 2 spots. Initially, I gave them to you and Guo Li. However, now that Duan Lingtian has joined us, and you're weaker than Guo Li, I don't need you anymore. You can go back now. Why? Yi Man's expression was grave. After glancing at Lin Qingrong, he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said in a deep voice, Guo Li is stronger than me, so I accept that she has 1 spot. However, why does this Duan Lingtian deserve it? Although his performance earlier was not bad, I can do what he did as well. Why is he given the other spot and not me? When Yi Man reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with resentment. What? You still want to fight with Duan Lingtian? Lin Qingrong asked with interest as he narrowed his eyes that gleamed brightly. That's right. Unless he defeats me, I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Yi Man's words sounded like he was roaring. Duan Lingtian, are you willing to compete with him? If he was willing, he would fight with him. If he wasn't willing, he would just ignore him. I, Lin Qingrong, have the final say on the quota in my hands. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. When facing Duan Lingtian, the smile on his face had never disappeared. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was a treasure that he had picked up. He had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, and his cultivation base was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Moreover, he was only 35 years old. Such a genius could be compared to the favorite disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Hearing Lin Qingrong's words, Yi Man's face darkened. Lin Qingrong was undoubtedly telling him that regardless of whether Duan Lingtian agreed to his challenge or not, he would not bring him to Mound Hill City. Immediately, Yi Man was filled with rage. Duan Lingtian, you're a coward if you don't accept my challenge. You're trash. Trash. Enraged, Yi Man roared at Duan Lingtian like a madman. You're really a mad dog. The moment Yi Man's words left his mouth, a cold gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. At the same time, he stepped into the air. Since you want to challenge me, there's no reason for me to reject you. Good, good. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had accepted the challenge, Yi Man stepped into the air excitedly and stood opposite to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll use my strength to tell Senior Lin that you're inferior to me. Suddenly, a saber appeared in Yi Man's hand. It was a crescent-shaped saber that emitted a terrifying aura. It gave Duan Lingtian a strange yet familiar feeling. Royal Grade Spirit Weapon? No, I should say it's a human-rank mediocre saint weapon. Seeing that Yi Man had taken out a saint weapon, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He immediately took out his sun's shooting bow. No matter what, he was only a martial cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage. Yi Man, on the other hand, was a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. What a pity! I've lost all my arrows. When Duan Lingtian recalled that his last arrow had fallen into the boundless ocean along with the wild beast that Lin Qingrong had killed, he sighed inwardly. However, even if I don't use my arrows, it's more than enough to defeat Yi Man, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, Yi Man is a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, who has opened 13 saint veins. When he reaches the paramount mortal shedding stage in the future, he'll be able to open at least 40 saint veins. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears and reminded him, he has the potential to break through to the saint rudiment stage. 13 saint veins? At least 40 saint veins? Had the potential to break through to the saint rudiment stage? When Duan Lingtian heard Guoli's true energy voice transmission, he almost burst out laughing. A martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, who had opened 13 saint veins? In fact, he had already opened 15 saint veins when he was only at the early mortal shedding stage. However, since the qi of a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage was bigger than his, he was no match for Yi Man in terms of true energy. As the second strongest person among the younger generation in Dao Martial Saint Land's Fuyu Island, the saint-grade martial tactic that Yi Man cultivated would not be weak. At the very least, it would be more powerful than his. After all, he had only learned about the saint-grade martial tactic in the past 2 to 3 years. His confidence came from the sun's shooting bow in his hand and his powerful body. Earlier, he did not use his true energy, sun's shooting bow, or saint-grade martial tactic when he fought the pangolin beast. Just this alone was enough to show how powerful his body was. His current body was even more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon at the early mortal shedding stage. I'll deal with you. I only need to swing my saber once to send you on your way. Yi Man glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared from his spot. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. His speed was so fast that he was only slightly slower than Duan Lingtian, who was traveling at full speed. The true energy of a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage is really amazing. Duan Lingtian praised inwardly when he saw Yi Man appearing in front of him. The speed that Yi Man displayed was not much slower than him when he cast the body and arrow synchronization. Die! When Yi Man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be scared out of his wits and had no intention of dodging at all. Yi Man had a mocking smile on his face as he shouted and swung the saber in his hand. As soon as the saber was swung, a crescent-shaped ray shot out, emitting waves of cold aura. The speed of the saber was much faster than Yi Man's speed. What a fast saber! In the face of Yi Man's swift saber, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He was certain this was a saint-grade martial tactic saber technique, because it was impossible for an ordinary saber technique to be so fast. Duan Lingtian's face tensed up. His hand quickly moved to the bowstring of the sun's shooting bow. Duan Lingtian. Guoli's expression changed drastically when she saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging Yi Man's saber when he swung it out. In fact, even she did not dare to be so careless when faced with Yi Man's saber. On the other hand, Lin Qingrong looked at the scene before him calmly, as though he was not worried at all. In fact, when Duan Lingtian had blinded the mastery mortal shedding stage wild beast, he had already seen how powerful Duan Lingtian was. Not only was he more powerful than Yi Man, but he was even more powerful than Guoli. Due to this reason, he was not worried at all when Yi Man challenged Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Accompanied by a loud and unpleasant sound, the moment Duan Lingtian let go of the sun-shooting bow's bowstring, a true energy light blade shot out and collided with the saber that Yi Man wielded. Compared to the solid true energy on the saber in Yi Man's hand, this true energy light blade was inconspicuous. It did not seem like the true energy of an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, this inconspicuous true energy light blade was faster than the saber in Yi Man's hand. Moreover, it seemed to contain a lot of energy. This was because when it came into contact with Yi Man's saber was sent flying. Not only that, but Yi Man himself was also sent flying. He only managed to stabilize himself after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Upperclassman, you've lost. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Man indifferently and said calmly. Duan Lingtian's words infuriated Yi Man so much that he spat out another mouthful of blood. If Duan Lingtian had lost and told him, "Upperclassman, you've won," he would definitely be very proud of himself. However, the problem was that he had lost, and was now in the hands of the person he thought was an upperclassman. Let's go. Lin Qingrong did not look at Yi Man again. After calling out to Duan Lingtian and Guoli, he took the lead, and leaped into the air and flew away. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Man mockingly before he turned around and followed Lin Qingrong. Yi Man, you should go back. The city governor's mansion of Mound Hill City only recruits once every 5 years. You're still young, you still have a chance. Guoli looked at Yi Man, and advised him since she had known him for a while. However, Yi Man did not seem to hear her. He stood where he was, and stared blankly at Duan Lingtian's back. It was as if he had not recovered from the trauma of being defeated by Duan Lingtian. Guoli sighed when she saw that. Then, she turned around and followed Duan Lingtian and Lin Qingrong. Duan Lingtian, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Yi Man snapped back to his senses after Duan Lingtian, and the other two had flown a distance away. His eyes shone like a venomous snake. It was ruthless and cold. Mound Hill City. Lin Qingrong. I'll make all of you regret this. I'll make all of you regret this. No matter how hysterical Yi Man was, Duan Lingtian and the other two could not see it. Duan Lingtian, you didn't seem to use much true energy when you defeated Yi Man earlier. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian on the way. I tried my best. Duan Lingtian forced a smile on his face. At that moment, he realized Lin Qingrong might have mistaken him for a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. To a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he had indeed held back when he unleashed his true energy. However, the problem was, he was a martial cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage. His chi-si was only the size of a pigeon's egg. However, it was said that a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage had a chi-si as big as a chicken egg. How could the same true energy with different capacities be compared? Moreover, the true energy in his pigeon's egg-shaped chi-si was not full yet. However, the day his true energy was full would be the day he broke through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Tried my best. Chapter 1365. Duan Lingtian learned a little about Mound Hill City along the way. Mound Hill City was a big city in the west overlooking sea of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It belonged to a powerful sect. The area around Mound Hill City was governed by Mound Hill City. This included Fuyu Town, which was also Guoli's hometown, Fuyu Island. Duan Lingtian, is the mortal continent fun? Guoli asked Duan Lingtian about the mortal continent excitedly along the way. After learning that Duan Lingtian's strength was the best in the entire mortal continent, she was eager to go to the mortal continent. The mortal continent is much more fun than our Dao Martial Saint Land. Take me for example. I've never left the area around Mound Hill City before, Guoli said in disappointment. She was a little disappointed. There were many powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Mortal shedding stage cultivators were everywhere, while Saint Rudiment stage cultivators were as common as dogs. Due to this reason, a mere mortal shedding stage cultivator did not dare to wander around recklessly. If they were unlucky, they would be killed. If they died, they would lose everything. Everyone has their own strengths. Duan Lingtian smiled. Take me for example. I've never seen anyone younger than me on Cloud Continent who has the same strength as me. You're only 27 years old, but you're already an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. This is unimaginable on Cloud Continent. That's because the cultivation environment is different. I heard there's no Saint Stone Reserve in the mortal continent? Guoli asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's right. Do you know that even our Fuyu town has 3 Saint Stone Reserves? Our Gua clan occupies one of them. The Ye family where Yi Man is from occupies another one. And there's another clan who occupies one as well. Guoli said. The 3 great clans in our Fuyu town are barely considered as a ranked force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. A 9th-rated force. 9th-rated force? Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard that. Such a weak force had a Saint Stone Reserve? Nobody snatched your clan's Saint Stone Reserve? Duan Lingtian asked. There's nothing to fight for. The 3 Saint Stone mines in Fuyu town are only 9th-grade Saint Stone mines. We usually produce 9th-grade Saint Stones, and we'll only find 8th-grade Saint Stones if we're lucky. Guoli said. Duan Lingtian had heard Xuanai mention the different grades of holy stones before. Saint Stones were divided into 9 grades. Rank 9 was the lowest and rank 1 the highest. 1 1st-grade Saint Stone was equivalent to 10 2nd-grade Saint Stones, 100 3rd-grade Saint Stones, 1000 4th-grade Saint Stones, and so on. 9th-grade Saint Stones were the worst Saint Stones. For example, the Saint Stones that appeared in the 2 ancient clans' Supreme Grade Origin Stone reserves on Cloud Continent, and the 4 overseas Saint Islands Supreme Grade Origin Stone reserves were only 9th-grade Saint Stones. On the other hand, what Xuanai gave him were all higher-grade Saint Stones. Gradually, Duan Lingtian learned about the situation in the Dao Martial Saint Land from Guoli. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, forces that did not have a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse were considered mediocre forces. The 3 major clans in Fuyu town, where Guoli was from, each had a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse. However, since they did not have a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, they were only considered mediocre forces. There's no Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse in the 3 major clans? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Very rarely, Guoli said. Although Yi Man and I have the potential to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, we might not even be able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage successfully. Put everything else aside. The 3 major clans in Fuyu town won't allow any Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses to appear in our clans. I'm 27 years old, and I've been assassinated by the other 2 major clans no less than 100 times. Guoli sighed when she reached this part of her sentence. She seemed a little tired. Yi Man is the same as me. That's why both Yi Man and I couldn't wait to join the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City when we found out we had the opportunity. However, it's a pity. Guoli did not finish her sentence, but Duan Lingtian knew she wanted to say it was a pity for Yi Man. In some ways, Guoli and Yi Man appreciated each other's talents. Now that you've joined Mound Hill City, you should be able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage successfully. Duan Lingtian smiled. However, Guoli shook her head. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there are many people who have the talent to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. However, it's already not bad if 1/10 of them can successfully break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Put aside the fact that it's extremely difficult for those who have the talent to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. The dangers they encounter in the process are enough to cause many people to die prematurely. Guoli's words were filled with sorrow. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he realized how cruel the Dao Martial Saint Land was. If you want to survive in the Dao Martial Saint Land, you'll have to have a strong fist. At this moment, Lin Qingrong said to Duan Lingtian, the stronger one's fist was the most important thing. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the strong ones were revered. The law of the jungle was even worse than on the mortal continent. Hualao, do you have a spiritual secret tactic that can detect other people's age? Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled how Hualao had detected his age. He could not help but ask Hualao who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. In his opinion, since Hualao had lived for so long, he should have such a secret tactic. A spiritual secret tactic that detects other people's age is just a low-level trick. If you want to learn it, I'll teach you a high-grade secret tactic right away. As long as you don't detect someone whose cultivation base is one stage higher than yours, you won't be discovered. Hualao said, a secret tactic that won't be discovered as long as you don't detect someone whose cultivation base is one stage higher than yours? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hualao's words. His face was filled with anticipation. Hualao, quickly teach it to me. The secret tactic that I'll teach you is called the divine eye. In the future, when you open the saint veins that connect your eyes, it'll become even more powerful. As soon as Hualao's voice sounded, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was a lot of information about the divine eye in his mind. The divine eye was an assistive secret tactic. Its main function was to detect other people's cultivation base and age. As long as one could project their spiritual energy, it would be easy for them to master it. It only took Duan Lingtian half an hour to master the divine eye. After mastering it, it was only natural that he wanted to test it out. His first target was Guoli. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Guoli. His spiritual energy silently extended from his eyes and appeared around Guoli's body in just a blink of an eye. However, it did not touch her. At this moment, something flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. After he decided to check Guoli's age, he discovered that there were rings of veins on Guoli's body. Come here. Why are there veins on her body? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Trees have growth rings and so do humans. What you're looking at now is a human's growth ring. Hualao replied. A human's growth ring? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian began to count the growth rings on Guoli's body. Soon after, he discovered that there were a total of 27 rings on Guoli's body. Guoli was 27 years old. How magical! Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim inwardly. From the beginning until the end, Guoli did not notice anything. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian probed Guoli's cultivation base. Second level mortal shedding stage. I wonder if Senior Lin is at the Saint Rudiment stage or not. If he is, he'll definitely notice if I probe him recklessly. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lin Qingrong, feeling a little conflicted. I don't care anymore. In the end, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress his curiosity and began to probe Lin Qingrong. The first thing he probed was his cultivation base. Paramount mortal shedding stage. After probing Lin Qingrong's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he was not at the Saint Rudiment stage. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. Senior Lin's age. Subsequently, he began to probe Lin Qingrong's age. A total of 58 rings. Senior Lin is 58 years old this year. Soon after, Duan Lingtian also probed Lin Qingrong's age. The Dao Martial Saint land is right in front. Lin Qingrong suddenly reminded him. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian looked ahead and saw a vast piece of land behind the sea in the distance. This is the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian was a little excited as they were about to step foot on the Dao Martial Saint land. Once we enter the Dao Martial Saint land, we'll reach Mound Hill City in another half an hour, Lin Qingrong continued. We'll reach there soon, Lin Qingrong continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, the three of them entered the Dao Martial Saint land. In the vast Dao Martial Saint land, the area near the sea was filled with lush greenery, and the air was fresh. Half an hour later, a small black dot appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. Mound Hill City is right in front. Upon hearing Guoli's reminder, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the black dot in the distance continued to expand in his field of vision. Soon after, it became a vast city. The city was ridiculously huge. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had never seen such a huge city on Cloud Continent before. Mound Hill City. From afar, Mound Hill City looked like a gigantic beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing cars and pedestrians. It gave off a strong sense of oppression when one looked at it from afar. Why isn't anyone flying in? Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed the problem. There's a flight-prohibiting formation that covers the entire city above Mound Hill City. It's a Dao formation that was set up by a powerful Dao cultivator. As soon as the formation is activated, martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage won't be able to fly in the city. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lin Qingrong explained patiently. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Soon after, the three of them landed outside Mound Hill City. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to enter the city, he saw Lin Qingrong lifting his hand and taking out a car. Chapter 1366. However, the carriage that Lin Qingrong took out was even more luxurious. Get in. Lin Qingrong got into the carriage first after calling out to Duan Lingtian and Guoli. Guoli did not seem to be surprised as she followed him into the carriage. Duan Lingtian was the last to get into the carriage. After entering the carriage, Duan Lingtian realized that the interior was like a combination of two carriages. The only thing missing was the required horse. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering how the carriage was supposed to move, Lin Qingrong's voice came at the right time. Sit tight. As soon as Lin Qingrong finished speaking, the entire carriage started moving. Duan Lingtian noticed that Lin Qingrong's hand, that was casually placed on the wooden table in the carriage, was shining with a deep luster. He was controlling the carriage with his true energy. Is this the technique of a paramount mortal shedding stage? He can control his true energy to such an extent. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked when he saw that. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could see the endless stream of carriages and carriages through the window. Bored, Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye to look outside casually. Apart from the people in the other carriages, he did not miss anyone on the road. Soon he realized that most of the people in the city were at the mortal shedding stage. Those at the mortal shedding stage were better. The most powerful ones were only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. On top of that, the buildings and the scale of the market in Mound Hill City were not comparable to the cities on Cloud Continent. It broadened Duan Lingtian's horizons, and he secretly exclaimed that the trip was worth it. Duan Lingtian's carriage moved forward. Every time they came to a crowded place, the passers-by would avoid them and look at their carriage in awe. It was as if they knew that the person in the carriage was not a simple person. After entering the depths of Mound Hill City, the four-wheeled luxurious carriage that Lin Qingrong was controlling finally stopped in front of a spacious and luxurious mansion. Could this be the city governor's mansion of Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The entrance of the mansion in front of him could accommodate several cars like the one he was in now. It was very spacious. What surprised Duan Lingtian even more was that the few armored guards in front of the mansion's entrance were all at the intermediate mortal shedding stage through his divine eye's inspection. Cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage are only gatekeepers in front of this mansion. This city must be the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian was completely sure. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable on Cloud Continent, he still felt like a country bumpkin here. Anyone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage could sweep across the entire Cloud Continent, and even the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. However, such a person was only a gatekeeper here. With my current cultivation, I can't even compare to a gatekeeper. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. This is the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. The city governor's estate is the place with the highest authority in the entire Mound Hill City. In the carriage, Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian and Guoli and reminded them, after we enter, I'll hand both of you over to the Latent Dragon Camp. That's where the city governor's estate trains geniuses. Latent Dragon Camp? Duan Lingtian and Guoli's eyes lit up at the same time when they heard that. Soon, Lin Qingrong continued to drive the 4-wheeled carriage forward into the city governor's estate. When they passed by the entrance, the gatekeepers bowed one after another. It was obvious that they recognized Lin Qingrong's carriage. After entering the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian realized that the city governor's estate was ridiculously huge. It was even bigger than the palaces on Cloud Continent. Along the way, Duan Lingtian did not stop using his divine eye. He realized that the people who passed by the carriage were basically all at the mortal shedding stage and above. Not only that, Duan Lingtian even saw a few people with a cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Soon after, Lin Qingrong stopped the carriage and gestured for Duan Lingtian and Guoli to get off the carriage. Subsequently, he led Duan Lingtian and Guoli to the bamboo forest in front of them. After passing through the bamboo forest, they walked on a road paved with bluestones. They did not see anyone else along the way. Along the way, Lin Qingrong led Duan Lingtian and Guoli to a vast courtyard in the depths of Mound Hill City. Before they even entered the courtyard, Duan Lingtian and Guoli could not help but scrunch their noses. This was because they could smell a stench coming from inside. The stench was obviously the smell of feces and urine. What the hell is this place? Duan Lingtian and Guoli looked at each other. They could see that something was wrong from each other's eyes. This seemed to be the end of the city governor's estate. Could it be that the latent dragon camp was inside? When they thought of this, they did not dare to think further. Duan Lingtian and Guoli frowned as they smelled the stench of feces and urine. They followed Lin Qingrong into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard was a wasteland filled with potholes. Such a place appeared out of place in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It was like another world. Duan Lingtian squinted and looked ahead. He noticed that there were dilapidated wooden houses built on the wasteland. They looked like they would collapse at any time. Behind these wooden houses was a high platform. There were also 13 wooden houses on the high platform. However, the 13 wooden houses were brand new. One could tell that the environment inside was not bad. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian discovered the source of the smell of feces and urine. There was a long and narrow septic tank under the high platform. It was filled with feces that made one feel nauseous. However, Duan Lingtian was fine. He was a special forces soldier and a mercenary in his previous life. He could adapt to any harsh environment very quickly. However, Guoli was different. She was so disgusted that she began to vomit. This is the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate. It was built by the governor himself. It's a place to cultivate geniuses. This is also where you'll be staying. Lin Qingrong did not seem to notice Guoli's reaction. He introduced the place to her and Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Guoli's expression changed drastically. She began to vomit even more violently. Latent Dragon Camp? This was the godforsaken place that she would be staying in. At that moment, Guoli even had the urge to turn around and leave. However, she dismissed the thought when she realized that she might be assassinated by the other two families if she gave up this opportunity and returned to Fuyu Town. Duan Lingtian was still observing the environment before him. He noticed that apart from the dilapidated wooden houses on the wasteland and the brand new wooden houses on the high platform, there was a towering pavilion on the side of the high platform. Haha, Qingrong, you're back too? Accompanied by a wave of hearty laughter, Duan Lingtian saw an old man walking over from the other side. Behind him were two young men. The two young men frowned. They were pinching their noses. It was obvious that they were disgusted by the environment here. Elder Lu, Lin Qingrong greeted the old man with a smile when he saw him. They seemed to be familiar with each other. What? Are these two the geniuses you brought back from Fuyu Town? Soon after, the old man's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian and Guoli. He narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. The old man's gaze seemed casual. However, when it landed on Duan Lingtian, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. He could not help but activate his divine eye. He discovered that the old man was at the paramount mortal shedding stage, just like Lin Qingrong. He was the second person at the paramount mortal shedding stage that Duan Lingtian had seen since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. His strength was not inferior to Lin Qingrong's. Guoli, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. What kind of force is it? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Guoli through true energy voice transmission. At this moment, Guoli had also recovered a little. When she heard Duan Lingtian's question, She replied through true energy voice transmission. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is considered an eighth-rate force in the Dow Marshall Saint land. Eighth-rate forces usually have a Saint rudiment stage powerhouse. For example, the Lord City Governor of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is a Saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Senior Lin is at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Guoli said. On top of that, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City owns an 8th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. Her name is Guoli. She's a genius I brought back from Fuyu Town's Guo clan. Although she's just a girl, she's ranked first among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. Lin Qingrong smiled as he introduced Guoli to the old man. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian, and the smile on his face widened. As for him, I met him on the way here. His name is Duan Lingtian. He's from the Mortal Continent. Mortal Continent. Upon hearing Lin Qingrong's words, the old man could not help but be shocked. Even the two young men behind him took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian. Qingrong, someone you brought back from the Mortal Continent. He must be extraordinary, right? It seems like he'll be rewarded by Lord City Governor this time. The old man said enviously. Then he began to introduce the two young men behind him. First, he introduced the young man in blue. His name is Wuxia. He's a genius I brought back from Wind Rain Town. He's 28 years old this year, and his cultivation base is at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. The other one is Zhu Lang. He's also a genius from Wind Rain Town. He's 29 years old this year, and his cultivation base is also at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Soon after, the old man looked at the other young man in green. When the old man introduced the two young men, his face was filled with pride. Not only did he report their ages, but he even reported their cultivation base as well. They were not even 30 years old, but they were already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Such people were considered top-notch geniuses, even in the area around Mound Hill City. Behind the old man, the two young men, Hu Jie and Zhu Lang, who were initially pinching their noses and frowning, followed suit when they saw Guoli stop pinching their noses and relax their brows. Although they still found the place disgusting and had the urge to turn around and leave immediately, they endured it. Chapter 1367. This is as far as I can go. The old man glanced at Hu Jie and Zhu Lang and said calmly, cultivate well in the latent dragon camp. If you can become one of the 13 Grand Guardians, you'll gain a lot of benefits in the future. Qingrong, shall we go together? Just when everyone, including Duan Lingtian and Guoli, had no idea what the 13 Grand Guardians were, the old man looked at Lin Qingrong again. The calmness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Lin Qingrong nodded at the old man and then looked at Duan Lingtian and Guoli seriously. Duan Lingtian, Guoli, what old Lu said to Hu Jie, and the rest is what I'm going to say to you guys as well. Perform well, and try to become one of the 13 Grand Guardians. After saying that, before Duan Lingtian and Guoli could react, Lin Qingrong and the old man raised their heads and looked at the pavilion on the side of the high platform. Then they turned around and left together. They came and left in a hurry. After Lin Qingrong and the old man left, Guoli, Hu Jie, and Zhu Lang frowned again. Their faces were extremely pale. They thought that it was too ugly. Only Duan Lingtian was calm. He seemed to have gotten used to the smelly environment here. Hey, Duan Lingtian, right? Don't you think it's smelly here? Zhu Lang was as unrestrained as his name. Like a friendly person, he took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian, so what if it's smelly? We still have to stay here, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and then walked into the latent dragon camp. He walked toward the dilapidated wooden house in the wasteland. That was the place closest to the septic tank. The stench was even worse. It was even more unacceptable and made people flinch. Guoli gritted her teeth and followed Duan Lingtian. Hu Jie and Zhu Lang looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Then they followed them. A short while later, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 arrived at the dilapidated wooden house area. Over here they could see many young men like them. These young men seemed to be as young as them. Duan Lingtian used his heaven's eye to scan them, and discovered that most of them were between 20 and 30 years old. There were also some people above the age of 30, but the oldest was no more than 37 years old. It seems that I'm considered an old man in this latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he knew that this was because he came from the mortal continent, Duan Lingtian still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. This was a subconscious feeling. 21 years old, and at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian noticed that the youngest young man had a cultivation base at the early mortal shedding stage, just like him. As for the remaining people, the weakest among them was at the early mortal shedding stage, while some of them were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, none of them were at the mastery mortal shedding stage. These are the geniuses from the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. A 21-year-old at the early mortal shedding stage gave Duan Lingtian a huge shock. When he was 21 years old, he had not even left the Dark Han dynasty yet. Needless to say, his cultivation base was incomparable to this young man's at all. The cultivation environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land is really ridiculous. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. Unlike Guo Li and the other two who followed behind Duan Lingtian, these young men were scattered around the dilapidated wooden house. They stood there as though they were already familiar with the environment here. There's a newcomer again. There were both men and women among these young men. When they saw Duan Lingtian and the other three walking over, they looked at them with interest. Of course, most of them had their eyes on Guo Li, Hu Jie, and Zhu Lang, who had a frown on their faces. Guo Li in particular attracted a lot of burning gazes. Guo Li was naturally beautiful and elegant. She was like a crane in a flock of chickens among the young women here. Due to this reason, she was the center of attention just by standing there. Nobody could take their eyes off her. What a beauty! At once, many people's eyes lit up. Many people exclaimed as they walked out of the dilapidated wooden house. The moment they came out, they looked at Guo Li fearlessly. Their gazes were like male wolves in heat. It caused Guo Li's expression to turn grave. Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed Guo Li's grave expression. He slowed down his footsteps and allowed Guo Li to follow closely behind him. He used his body to block many people's gazes. Thank you. Guo Li thanked Duan Lingtian softly when she saw his intention. Hu Jie and Zhu Lang, who were standing at the side, saw how Duan Lingtian's careless action earned him the gratitude of a beauty. They looked at each other and followed suit. They quickened their steps and walked side by side with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the three of them blocked all the gazes that were looking at Guo Li. Instantly, the burning gazes changed and turned into hatred. The gazes of hatred that gnashed their teeth seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to drag Duan Lingtian's group of three out and give them a beating. Humph! Geniuses from all around Mound Hill City. Is this all you've got? Hu Jie snorted and said in disdain. The people who came to the latent dragon camp were all people who wanted to change their fate. They were either supported by ninth-rate forces or mediocre forces in the area around Mound Hill City. If they did not go through the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, they would never be able to rise up. They might even be killed one day. The city governor of Mound Hill City's city governor's estate loved cultivating talents. He built the latent dragon camp to add new blood to the city governor's estate, and also paved the way for many people to rise up. Here, they could change their fate and soar up to the sky. Are we really going to stay here? Hu Jie's expression was grave as he approached a dilapidated wooden house. However, when he saw the young men walking out of the wooden house, he knew he had no choice but to stay here. Guo Li and Zhu Lang's expressions were grave as well. The wooden houses outside are all occupied? Only the wooden houses near the septic tank can be chosen? Soon Duan Lingtian realized that the people who came earlier than them had occupied the wooden houses near the outer area. Although the environment was the same, the stench outside was definitely fainter. F***ck. There's not a single wooden house outside. When Zhu Lang realized this, he couldn't help but curse. If you want the wooden houses outside, you can defeat the owners of the wooden houses and throw them out. That's like a turtle dove taking over a magpie's nest. A young man reminded them when he heard Zhu Lang's words. You can do that. Duan Lingtian and the other three were stunned. You can fight in the latent dragon camp? Fighting is prohibited in the latent dragon camp. As long as you don't kill or cripple someone, you won't be punished. Someone explained when he saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian and the other three's faces. Is that so? Before Guoli and the other two regained their senses, Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself as he walked to the wooden house near the outer area. He looked at the owner of the wooden house, 23 years old, and on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. This was the cultivation base of the wooden house owner. Although he was on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage, it was obvious his ability was not weak since he was able to occupy the wooden house near the outer area. When he saw Duan Lingtian approaching him, he smiled faintly. What? Are you trying to take my wooden house? Let's try. Duan Lingtian nodded. Subsequently, the young man on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian under everyone's watchful eyes. Although his attack was fierce, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian in just one move. Intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage? After being defeated, the young man inhaled sharply. After glancing at Duan Lingtian, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked for a wooden house near the septic tank and went in to recuperate. Only after he had recuperated would he have the opportunity to challenge the people outside the wooden houses and occupy the wooden houses outside. Duan Lingtian, good job. Zhu Lang could not help but give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up when he saw how quickly Duan Lingtian had occupied a wooden house near the outer area. At the same time, he looked around and found the owner of the wooden house outside. Fight! Zhu Lang was quite lucky as well. He found a young man on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. He defeated him in just 2 to 3 moves and occupied a wooden house near the outer area. Hu Jie, it's up to you now. After Zhu Lang successfully occupied the wooden house, he looked at Hu Jie with a smile. Both of them were from Wind Rain Town. They often competed with each other in the past. Naturally, it was inevitable now. Humph. Hu Jie snorted softly and found an opponent as well. His opponent was also on the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, in the end, he defeated him in one move. How dare you try to snatch my wooden house with such little ability? You're seeking death. The young man who defeated Hu Jie glared at him coldly. If we're not in the latent dragon camp, I'll cripple you even if I don't kill you. Scram. Hu Jie's expression was grave. However, he was no match for the young man. He could only endure the humiliation and retreat. What? Beauty, you also want this young master's wooden house? The young man who defeated Hu Jie soon noticed Guoli looking at him. His eyes were filled with lust. As long as you come in and spend a night with me, I'll give the wooden house to you and find another one. What do you think? The young man's words were brazen. Guoli's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Was there anyone in the latent dragon camp who had such qualities? Whoosh! As the mocking gazes landed on Guoli, she had already leaped out of the ground and charged towards the young man who had defeated Hu Jie. She used her own actions to respond to his taunts. Guoli's speed became faster and faster. When she arrived in front of the young man, his expression turned solemn. This was because he realized the beauty whom he had teased with words earlier seemed to be more powerful than Hu Jie. The young man no longer looked down on her. When Guoli was close to him, he took the initiative to attack. However, he soon realized there was a huge gap between his ability and Guoli's. Guoli defeated him in just 3 moves. Is this all you've got? Perhaps women were petty creatures. After defeating the young man, Guoli stepped on his chest and said coldly. The young man's expression was grave. He felt extremely humiliated. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only blame himself for not being a match for her. Amazing. Chapter 1368. Many young men, including Hu Jie and Zhu Lang, looked at Guoli differently now. They no longer dared to look down on her just because she was a woman. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. Guoli was a woman, and she was the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Fuyu Town at the age of 27. She even defeated Yi Man, who was also on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It was clear how powerful she was. Hu Jie, who was looking for another target, had a slight change of expression when he saw the young man, who stood up from Guo Li's feet looking at him. He noticed that the young man's gaze was vicious. It was obvious that he thought he was Guo Li's companion, and Guo Li's actions just now were naturally seen as helping him. Hu Jie immediately dismissed the idea of occupying a wooden house near the outer area. He pinched his nose and looked for a wooden house near the septic tank to stay in. Although it was a little smelly, he endured it. What a heroine! Beauty, you're very powerful. Why don't you try challenging the 13 gangsters? Just when Duan Lingtian was about to enter the wooden house, a young man looked at Guo Li, who was about to enter the wooden house, and grinned. As long as you can defeat any one of the 13 gangsters, you'll be able to occupy the wooden house that he's staying in. The young man pointed at the high platform behind the septic tank as he spoke. There were 13 brand new wooden houses on it. You won't be able to smell the stench if you stay there. That's because there's a small wind attribute formation on the side of the high platform that blows the stench of the septic tank toward us. The young man continued to persuade. Moreover, if you become one of the 13 gangsters, even if you're the last one, you'll receive 108th grade Saint Stones every month. Meanwhile, people like us can only comprehend 10 8th grade Saint Stones every month. 13 gangsters? Upon hearing the young man's words, apart from Guo Li, even Duan Lingtian, Hu Dong, and Zhu Lang looked at the 13 brand new wooden houses on the high platform. Are those the 13 gangsters that Senior Lin mentioned earlier staying there? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Guo Li and the other two finally realized what was going on. F***CK. We only get 10 8th grade Saint Stones every month, but they get at least 108th grade Saint Stones every month. It's not fair, it's not fair. Zhu Lang shouted loudly. How's the cultivation of the 13 Grand Guardians? Guo Liqiu's eyes lit up. She was also interested in the position of the 13 Grand Guardians. However, she was very calm and did not rush up impulsively. Apart from the people in the top 5 who are at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, the others are at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Upon hearing Guo Li's question, many people scrambled to answer for her. There are 13 wooden houses on the high platform. From left to right, that's the ranking of the 13 Grand Guardians. The one who lives in the wooden house on the far left is the number 1 of the 13 gangsters. The one on the far right is the weakest one among the 13 gangsters. Many people opened their mouths to explain. Even more people's eyes lit up as they waited to watch the show. They wanted nothing more than to see the world in chaos. There are markings on it. At this time, the sharp-eyed Duan Lingtian also noticed that the 13 wooden houses on the high platform were all engraved with symbols. From left to right, the symbols were 1 to 13 respectively. Among the 13 Grand Guardians, the top 3 have the opportunity to be summoned by the city lord himself and receive guidance. Someone added fuel to the fire. I, Zhu Lang, will definitely be one of the 13 Grand Guardians. Zhu Lang exclaimed loudly. Since there was a flight prohibiting formation in the city, he could only run to the side of the septic tank and jump onto the high platform where the 13 Grand Guardians were. Haha, this is going to be a good show. I wonder if he'll be able to make the 13 Grand Guardians change their blood. I think it'll be difficult. Let's not talk about the top 5 who are at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage among the 13 Grand Guardians. Even the bottom 8 who are at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage are the best among the Mortal Shedding stage. Their strength is extraordinary. That's right. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the 13 Grand Guardians. Many young men lifted their heads to look at the high platform with anticipation on their faces. He's going to challenge the 13 Grand Guardians as soon as he arrived at the latent dragon camp? At this moment, many young men and women walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses. They were attracted by Zhu Lang. After they came out, all of them looked at the high platform with interest. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrow. With his heavenly eye, He could easily see that these people were at the early or intermediate mortal shedding stage. It made sense. If they were at the mastery mortal shedding stage, they would have been one of the 13 Grand Guardians. They would not stay here and smell the stench in the septic tank. Other than receiving 108th grade Saint Stones every month, the 13 Grand Guardians could live in a place where they could not smell the stench of the septic tank. Their preferential treatment was obvious. Who would not want to be one of the 13 Grand Guardians if they had some strength? Of course, there were some masochists who liked the smell below. However, Duan Lingtian knew that he was not such a masochist. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to challenge the 13 Grand Guardians and become one of them. Soon, Zhu Lang arrived at the last wooden house among the 13 brand new wooden houses. Perhaps Zhu Lang was a little hot-headed just now, but after he got onto the high platform, he calmed down and chose the weakest one among the 13 Grand Guardians. The owner of wooden house number 13. As one of the 13 Grand Guardians, the closer the wooden house was to the front, the better the treatment. There was a huge difference in their strength. For example, the top 5 were all geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Although the bottom 8 were all on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, there was still a difference in their strength. The owner of wooden house number 13 was undoubtedly the weakest among them. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if he was the weakest, it was only in comparison to the other 12 of the 13 Grand Guardians. The air here is much fresher. Standing in front of log cabin number 13, Zhu Lang took a deep breath and said somewhat intoxicatedly, "In here, he couldn't smell even the slightest bit of stench. Compared to the area below the high platform, it was like a completely different world." "Hey, the guy in wooden house number 13, come out. Your master Zhu has taken a liking to your doghouse." Soon, Zhu Lang shouted at wooden house number 13. Doghouse. Upon hearing Zhu Lang's words, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian and Guo Li, had a strange expression on their faces. Did this guy just say that wooden house number 13 was a doghouse? Did that mean that he wanted to fight for the doghouse? Ha ha ha. Who's there? How dare you challenge me, Ho Lin? Almost as soon as Zhu Lang's words left his mouth, a loud laughter resonated from the wooden house. The laughter was wild and unbridled. Just by the voice alone, one could tell that it was an arrogant person. Soon after, the door was opened, and a tall and muscular young man with a ferocious expression walked out. He stood there like an iron tower that was intimidating. This young man was close to 2 meters tall. He was the person who ranked 13th among the latent dragon camp's 13 Grand Guardians. His cultivation base was on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. He was one of the best among the martial and Dao cultivators on the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp. At this moment, the young man was glaring at Zhu Lang fiercely. "Shorty, you're the one who wants to challenge me, Ho Lin?" "Shorty?" Upon hearing Ho Lin's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. No matter what, Zhu Lang was at least 1.7 meters tall. However, Ho Lin had called him a shorty. However, compared to Ho Lin's height that was close to 2 meters, Zhu Lang was indeed a little short. "Then, let's see how a big guy like you is going to defeat a shorty like me." Upon hearing Ho Lin's sarcasm, Zhu Lang's face turned grave. His eyes were bloodshot. He stomped his feet, and his body suddenly spun like a tornado. What a powerful movement technique. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Zhu Lang's movement technique was so fast that he was even faster than Yi Man from the Ye family in Fuyu Town. Of course, there was still a gap between them. "You're quite fast. However, you won't be able to defeat me with just speed." Faced with Zhu Lang, who seemed to have transformed into a tornado, Ho Lin's face turned a little ferocious. The muscles on his body bulged, causing his clothes to bulge. If it was not for the fact that his clothes were spacious to begin with, his clothes would have been torn apart. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Zhu Lang was close to Ho Lin, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The sword moved like a swimming dragon, creating sword flowers that were dazzling and eye-catching. Every time the sword moved, it seemed as though it was drawing a sword flower in the air. Zhu Lang's sword is faster than Yi Man's saber. His overall strength is much stronger than Yi Man's. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Yi Man whom he had fought before, the martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Yi Man was the first martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage whom he had fought since he came to the Dao martial saint land. Although Yi Man was strong, he was far from being a match for him. In just one move he was defeated by him. Ho Lin's expression turned grave as he faced the sword flowers that accompanied Zhu Lang's tornado-like figure. A metal rod appeared in his hand. Naturally, it was not an ordinary iron rod. It was a human-ranked mediocre saint weapon. Ha! Suddenly Ho Lin shouted. The iron rod in his hand trembled and began to spin. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a windmill that spun rapidly in front of him. Is this an offensive technique or a defensive technique? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked when he saw Ho Lin swinging the iron rod and causing the air to tremble. Perhaps it was because of the strong gravity in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian noticed that Ho Lin's technique, that could cause shockwaves in the cloud continent, only caused waves of rolling airwaves here. At this moment, Zhu Lang also arrived in front of Ho Lin. Along with the sword flowers that he shot out, he pointed at Ho Lin. Clang! 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 Along with the sound of metal clashing, Zhu Lang's body began to tremble. In the end, the hand that was holding the sword trembled, and the web between his thumb and index finger was torn, dripping with blood. At the same time, the sword in his hand was sent flying by the iron rod in Ho Lin's hand and fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 1369. Zhu Lang was sent flying. He drew a perfect parabola in the air and fell straight into the septic tank below the high platform. The crowd was stunned when they saw that. At that moment, they even suspected that Ho Lin did it on purpose. Just when everyone, including Ho Lin, thought that Zhu Lang was going to fall into the septic tank, a figure shot out like the wind and arrived next to the septic tank in the blink of an eye. The owner of the figure reached out his hand and grabbed Zhu Lang's belt. He pulled Zhu Lang to his side so that he would not fall into the septic tank. Newcomer, how dare you challenge the 13 gangsters with that little ability of yours? Many of the onlookers mocked him. They're both on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, but he couldn't even take one hit from the last person in the 13 gangsters. It seems like the newcomer today is nothing special. Waves of mockery were heard. Zhu Lang finally regained his senses amidst the mockery. You're so cruel. When he realized that he almost fell into the septic tank, he glared at Ho Lin and roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to fight Ho Lin again. A loser can only scream like a shrew. Ho Lin glanced at Zhu Lang nonchalantly before looking at the person who saved Zhu Lang. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was displeased with the person's behavior. You. Zhu Lang's expression changed drastically when he was looked down upon by Ho Lin. He was so impulsive that he wanted to go up the high platform again. You're no match for him. At that moment, a strong hand grabbed his shoulder and shook its head at him. Zhu Lang regained his senses at that moment. He looked at the person who stopped him and said gratefully, Duan Lingtian, thank you. The person who saved Zhu Lang was none other than Duan Lingtian. Although it was the first time Duan Lingtian and Zhu Lang met today, and they were not friends. Zhu Lang was the genius that Old Lu found for the city governor's mansion of Mound Hill City. Old Lu seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Qingrong. Because Lin Qingrong had saved his life before, he decisively saved Zhu Lang, which could be considered as indirectly repaying the favor. You seem to be stronger than him. Do you dare to come up and try? Ho Lin stood on the high platform, looking majestic. He looked straight at Duan Lingtian and asked in a booming voice, Do you dare? Ho Lin's words were undoubtedly a naked provocation. As soon as Ho Lin finished speaking, the gazes of everyone present, including Zhu Lang, descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. They were all curious if Duan Lingtian would go up to battle Ho Lin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian ignored Ho Lin, as if he had not heard Ho Lin's words at all. His gaze landed on a beautiful figure not far away. The owner of the beautiful figure was none other than Guoli. Coward. Ho Lin was instantly enraged when he saw Duan Ling Tian disregarding him, and he used a condescending tone to speak in contempt. Besides containing flames of rage, his pair of eyes that were large like gongs also contained slight disdain mixed within. He was very dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's action of saving Zhu Lang. However, there were rules in the latent dragon camp. Unless they were fighting for the wooden house, and took the initiative to issue a challenge. As a member of the 13 gangsters, they were not allowed to challenge other members of the latent dragon camp. This was because it would be considered as bullying the weak. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. They thought Duan Lingtian did not dare to fight Ho Lin. However, Duan Lingtian's next words stunned them. Guoli, why don't you go first? Duan Lingtian looked at Guoli and asked politely. Thanks. Guoli was still a little hesitant at first. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she instantly smiled like a blooming flower. At the same time, many young men present were mesmerized by her. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived next to Duan Lingtian. After nodding at Duan Lingtian, she floated up to the high platform. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. Coupled with her graceful figure, it was pleasing to the eye. Is he giving Ho Lin to Guoli? At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He's doing this. Either he knows he's no match for Ho Lin, so he's using Guoli as a shield, or he's confident he can defeat the person who's ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters, who's ranked above Ho Lin. Someone guessed. I think it's the former. I think so too. Most people thought Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for Ho Lin, so he used Guoli as a shield. Duan Lingtian did not care about these comments. He knew it was useless for him to say anything at this moment. His gaze quickly landed on Guoli, who was standing on the high platform. He saw that after Guoli ascended the high platform, she was not in a hurry to fight with Ho Lin. Instead, she picked up Zhu Lang's sword and threw it back to Zhu Lang. Then, she looked at Ho Lin with a calm expression and met his gaze. Thank you. Zhu Lang put away his sword and thanked Guoli gratefully. Little girl, you're quite pretty. However, do you really think you can fight me, Ho Lin, with that tiny body of yours? Ho Lin asked in disdain as he sized up Guoli, who had a body similar to Zhu Lang, but was much thinner. Guoli raised her hand, and a black whip appeared in her hand. It looked like a black python, and it danced with Guoli's hand. Guoli used her own actions to answer Ho Lin. Very good. Very good. It seems like you're treating me, Ho Lin, as a soft persimmon. Ho Lin's face darkened instantly. His eyes were filled with anger as he raised the iron rod in his hand. I'd like to see what you're capable of, little b asterisk tch. How dare you challenge me, Ho Lin? Little b asterisk tch? Ho Lin's words made Guoli's pretty face change color. Her eyes were filled with coldness. All of a sudden, Guoli moved. She stomped her feet and flew out gracefully. It was pleasing to the eye. However, during this process, Guoli's speed became faster and faster. It did not take long for her to become an afterimage in the eyes of the spectators. It was difficult for them to see through her. So fast. Immediately, many people cried out in surprise. Guoli's speed was even faster than the speed Zhu Lang had displayed earlier. It seems like Ho Lin's speed is not as fast as Guoli's. Duan Lingtian's attention kept shifting between Guoli and Ho Lin. Soon after, he noticed that Ho Lin's expression did not look too good when Guoli flew out. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Faced with Guoli, who was charging at him rapidly, Ho Lin did not move at all. This was because he knew his speed was not as fast as Guoli's, and could not dodge her attack at all. Moreover, if he hastily dodged when he knew his speed was not as fast as his opponent, he would only be more passive. Therefore, Ho Lin cleverly chose to stay where he was and wait for Guoli to come forward. However, the metal rod in his hand had already begun to move. A gust of wind blew around the metal rod, causing waves of air to wreak havoc. It was just like when he was fighting with Zhu Lang earlier. It's this move again. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Of course, this move is Ho Lin's trump card. It's said that it's a move that has both offense and defense in the Saint grade martial tactic, that Ho Lin cultivated. It's called airtight. Airtight. It really lives up to its name. When he swings his metal rod, even the wind can't penetrate it. Not only does this move have a shocking defense, but its offensive power is also not weak at all. The whispers of the crowd clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. A move that has both offense and defense? Quick look. Ho Lin has taken the initiative to make a move. All of a sudden, an exclamation entered Duan Lingtian's ears and pulled Duan Lingtian back from his daze. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the high platform again. He saw Ho Lin swinging his metal rod at Guoli, who was swinging her black whip like a spirit snake. It seemed like he wanted to use the same move again, to sweep away Guoli's weapon. Humph! A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Guoli's mouth when she saw Ho Lin, who seemed to be dragging a windmill. When she lifted her hand, the long black whip shook and instantly became taut. It could be seen that around the long black whip, wisps of faint real chi were flickering, like tiny lightning bolts jumping around, emitting bursts of terrifying aura. Whip like a sword. As Guoli's red lips parted slightly, she spat out 3 words. In the next moment, the long whip in her hand seemed to have transformed into a sword as it pierced toward Ho Lin. Whoosh! At this moment, Guoli no longer seemed to be holding a long whip, but a long and narrow sword. Sword. The disdain on Ho Lin's face increased when he saw this. He swung the metal rod in his hand to meet the black whip that had transformed into a sword in Guoli's hand. In his opinion, the black whip in Guoli's hand would be swept away immediately. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. The black whip in Guoli's hand that seemed to have transformed into a sword pierced Ho Lin's metal rod, causing dazzling sparks to splatter. Just as Ho Lin revealed a smug smile on his face and continued to swing the metal rod like a windmill in his hand forward, Guoli's wrist made a subtle movement. Fight strength with strength. When your opponent is at the peak of his strength, you'll instantly turn soft and defeat strength with softness. Almost everyone in the crowd, including Ho Lin, did not notice Guoli's little movement. The reason he said it was almost was because Duan Lingtian saw Guoli's movement and guessed she wanted to change her move when Ho Lin was about to fight her head-on. Unknowingly, the smile on Ho Lin's face froze. Meanwhile, the people in the crowd could clearly see Guoli's taut long black whip suddenly softened. Subsequently, it coiled around the metal rod like a spirit snake and danced with the metal rod. After a while, the metal rod's dancing slowed down. *T. When Ho Lin realized the metal rod in his hand was coiled by the long black whip, and he could not break free, horror dawned on his face. At this moment, Ho Lin felt a huge force surging from the metal rod in his hand. It was Guoli's whip that shook and brought Ho Lin and his metal rod closer. Chapter 1370. Bam! Without any suspense, Ho Lin was injured by Guoli's attack. He fell onto the ground with his staff and rolled a few times before he stopped. He was in a mess. He was one of the 13 gangsters who was so majestic just now, but now he was defeated by a woman. You've lost. Guoli shook the black whip in her hand and straightened it again. She pointed it at Ho Lin and said calmly, "Creak." Before Ho Lin and the onlookers could react to the situation, the door of the wooden house number 12 where the 13 gangsters stayed was opened. Then a person walked out of the cabin. This was a young man who was about the same height as Duan Lingtian. He was about 1.8 meters tall. Compared to Ho Lin, he was slightly slimmer. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. One look, and one could tell that he was not a kind person. Ho Lin, you've really embarrassed the 13 gangsters. You've been defeated by a little girl. From this moment onwards, you've been removed from the 13 gangsters. The cold young man looked at Ho Lin, who struggled to stand up, and sneered. Li Han. Ho Lin glanced at the cold young man coldly. Without saying anything, he jumped off the high platform. Just like what Li Han had said. From this moment onwards, he was no longer one of the 13 gangsters. If one of the 13 gangsters was defeated, he would only drop 1 rank and would not be removed from the 13 gangsters. However, the problem was that he was ranked 13th. There was no place for him to drop. Guoli, right? 3 months at most. Ho Lin, will take back what you've taken away from me today. After Ho Lin jumped off the high platform, he looked at Guoli and said word by word. After saying that, without waiting for Guoli's response, he turned into a gust of wind and flew to a dilapidated wooden cabin. He kicked the person in front of the cabin away and went into the cabin. Who did I offend? The unlucky young man who was kicked away and had his cabin taken away smiled bitterly. There were so many people in this row of cabins. Why did Ho Lin choose him? Of course, although Ho Lin had taken his cabin, he did not dare to take it back. What a joke! If he could snatch the wooden house from Ho Lin, he would have replaced Ho Lin and become one of the 13 gangsters. I didn't expect there to be a female in the 13 gangsters. Standing in front of log cabin number 12, Li Han looked at Guoli and smiled. However, Guoli did not pay attention to him. Instead, she looked below the stage. Immediately, Li Han's face could not help but sink. Following that, he followed Guoli's gaze and saw a young man in purple standing where Guoli's gaze was directed at. For a moment, hostility rose in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, my position is quite awkward. Guoli looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. When they heard Guoli's words, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone else, including Li Han, did not understand what she meant. Who asked you to choose number 13 from the start? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He naturally guessed what Guoli meant. When Guoli said that her position was awkward, she was referring to her awkward ranking among the 13 gangsters. Number 13, the last one. At this moment, no matter who Duan Lingtian defeated, she would be eliminated. Then I'll have to fight again. Guoli shrugged and said helplessly. At the same time, her eyes fell on Li Han, revealing a strong fighting intent. At this moment, everyone, including Li Han, realized what she meant. At this moment, they finally understood what Guoli meant. She was not willing to be ranked number 13 among the 13 gangsters. She felt that this position was awkward. This position was indeed awkward. No matter who was defeated, she would be eliminated. Just like Ho Lin, who was previously ranked number 13 among the 13 gangsters, he was willing to be ranked last because he had fought with everyone other than the top 5. 7 battles, 7 defeats. Therefore, he could only be ranked last. As for the top 5 among the 13 gangsters, they were all on the mastery mortal shedding stage. He knew his place very well. Not to mention challenging them, he did not even dare to think about it. It seems like Guoli wants to challenge Li Han, the number 12 among the 13 gangsters. Many people exclaimed softly, if I can defeat Ho Lin, I'll definitely challenge those who are ranked higher. You know, the higher the ranking of the 13 gangsters is, the more benefits you'll get. Someone said so. Many people agreed with what he said. If there was a chance, who would not want to take a step forward? Therefore, it was understandable for Guoli to do this. I wonder if she can defeat Ho Lin. She should be able to. Even Ho Lin was defeated by her in a head-on battle. Li Han's ability is not much stronger than Ho Lin. He defeated Ho Lin in almost 20 moves. The group of young people below the high platform discussed among themselves. They were more optimistic about Guoli. The young man who had his wooden house snatched by Guoli earlier and was lectured by Guoli for speaking rudely now had a fearful expression on his face when he looked at Guoli. If he still had the thought of taking revenge before this. But now, the thought of revenge had been completely dispelled by him. You want to challenge me? Li Han looked at Guoli as if he wanted to confirm. Make your move. Guoli nodded faintly. She shook the black whip in her hand, and it danced like a poisonous snake. It gave people a creepy feeling. It was similar to the feeling they had when they looked at Li Han. Good, very good. Li Han's face turned green and white. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Although he was not confident that he could defeat the lady in front of him, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. If he did not accept the challenge, it would mean that he admitted defeat. That would be even more embarrassing. Moreover, he would not accept it. Thank you. Li Han quickly spat out those 3 words. Before Guoli was ready, he had already shot out like a bolt of lightning. Wherever he passed, there would be a gust of cold wind. In just a blink of an eye, He had already arrived in front of Guoli. How shameless. Many people cursed secretly when they saw Li Han attacking Guoli. Of course, they only dared to curse secretly. They did not dare to provoke Li Han. Li Han was the person who ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters. Among the dozens of martial and Dao cultivators, at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, in the latent dragon camp, he was ranked 7th. This was enough to prove his ability was not something an ordinary martial cultivator, at the intermediate mortal shedding stage could compare to. However, Guoli's expression remained unchanged in the face of Li Han's sudden attack. When Li Han appeared in front of her, a steel claw appeared in each of his hands, revealing an eerie cold air as he clawed at her. The black whip in her hand suddenly trembled and began to spin in front of her. At once, the place where the long whip touched turned into a black light shield that enveloped her entire body. It was the defensive technique of the Saint-grade martial tactic that Guoli cultivated. A defensive move appeared, blocking Li Han's attack. Li Han's steel claws left a series of sparks on the shield, but it did not break. Li Han's expression turned grave. He had no choice but to retreat. The sudden attack ended in failure. After Li Han retreated, Guoli made her move and dashed toward him. Li Han moved as well, but his speed was slightly slower than Guoli. Naturally, he was much faster than Ho Lin, who was defeated by Guoli earlier. This Li Han is going to lose. Actually, when Li Han's attack was blocked by Guoli's defensive move, Duan Ling Tian already knew that he would lose without a doubt. Although the defensive move was barely able to block Li Han's attack, it was still blocked. Being able to block one's opponent's attack was equivalent to being in an invincible position. Moreover, not only was Guoli's defense strong, but her movement and attack were also very strong as well. She was a martial cultivator with a strong overall strength. It was just as Duan Ling Tian had expected. In less than 10 moves, Guoli sent Li Han flying with her whip and defeated him. Li Han was only lightly injured. At the very least, his injuries were lighter than Ho Lin's. Guoli seemed to have held back when she defeated Li Han. Otherwise, it's impossible for Li Han's injuries to be so light. Many people could see the clues. She's a woman after all. Perhaps she was soft-hearted in the end. Someone said, after consuming the innate medicinal pill, your injuries should be able to heal in 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, you should be able to recover to your prime. When many people were whispering, Guoli looked at Li Han and said nonchalantly. Li Han was stunned. He did not know why Guoli revealed his injuries. As Guoli said, his injuries would be healed after consuming the innate medicinal pill and recuperating for 15 minutes. The innate medicinal pill that Guoli mentioned was equivalent to the royal grade medicinal pill on Cloud Continent. Above the innate medicinal pill was the Saint grade medicinal pill. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this from Xuanai. Li Han's minor injuries need 15 minutes to heal after consuming the innate medicinal pill that's equivalent to the royal grade medicinal pill. Is it because of the Dao martial Saint Lan's environment, or is it because the medicinal efficacy of the innate medicinal pill is difficult to integrate into a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator's body? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by this. Just like what Guoli said, Li Han's complexion recovered 15 minutes after consuming the innate medicinal pill. He was full of energy again. He walked to cottage number 13 behind Guoli with a solemn expression. I think you don't have to go in anymore. Guoli said. What do you mean? Li Han's face darkened. This little girl still wanted to humiliate him after defeating him? What she means is, you're going to be eliminated soon. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from below the high platform. When it entered Li Han's ears, a third person appeared on the high platform. Duan Ling Tian stood on the high platform and took a deep breath. He could not help but look intoxicated. Although he could adapt to the environment below the high platform, he still preferred the high platform when he could no longer smell the stench when he was on the high platform. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar when they saw Duan Ling Tian had also ascended the high platform. Does he mean he wants to challenge Li Han? Chapter 1371. Li Han is ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters. Now that he's defeated by Guoli, who's ranked 13th, Guoli has replaced him. Now that he's taken a step back, it's equivalent to switching places with Guoli. If he's defeated again, he'll be removed from the 13 gangsters as well. If he's really removed from the 13 gangsters, Ho Lin will definitely gloat. Earlier, when Ho Lin was defeated by Guoli and was removed from the 13 gangsters, Li Han even mocked Ho Lin. Soon, everyone's gaze shifted away from Duan Lingtian and landed on Li Han. This Duan Lingtian seems to have come with Guoli. Very soon someone spoke. No wonder Guoli didn't injure Li Han severely earlier. So, she wanted to give Duan Lingtian a chance to defeat Li Han and make Duan Lingtian one of the 13 gangsters as well. Many people came to a realization. You want to challenge me as well? Li Han didn't expect that right after he was defeated by Guoli, he would be challenged again before he could recover from it. This made him a little angry. Did they really think he was a pushover? Li Han's gloomy eyes flickered with a fierce light as he stared straight at Duan Lingtian. If his gaze could become a blade, Duan Lingtian would probably have already been scraped to the point that not even his bones would remain. Did I not make myself clear enough? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at Li Han deeply. Good. Very good. Li Han's breathing became rapid. The steel claws that he had put away earlier appeared again. The tip of the claws gleamed with a cold gleam that was terrifying. I'd like to see how you're going to eliminate me. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Han made his move and struck first again. A pair of steel claws left claw marks in the air. The shadows of the claws covered the sky and shrouded Duan Lingtian, as though he was going to trap Duan Lingtian inside. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change in the face of Li Han's aggressive attack. Soon, a bow appeared in his hand. It was the sun shooting bow. The onlookers stared intently at the duel in front of them. They all wanted to know who would emerge victorious next. Was it Guoli's confident companion, Duan Lingtian, or was it Li Han, who was ranked 13th among the 13 gangsters? Guoli was the only one who didn't look forward to it, because she already knew the result. Duan Lingtian was even stronger than her. If she could defeat Li Han, there was no doubt that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Li Han. Unfortunately, Li Han did not know what Guoli was thinking. Currently, Li Han was using all of his means to defeat Duan Lingtian and regain the dignity he had lost to Guoli. To him, being defeated by a woman was a great humiliation. At some point in time, Ho Lin also walked out of the dilapidated wooden house. His gaze landed on the high platform. Li Han, I'd like to see if you're still one of the 13 gangsters after today. A sneer appeared on Ho Lin's face. At this moment, he noticed Guoli's indifferent expression and realized there was no doubt about the result of this duel. Die! Li Han's entire body flew out, and at the same time as the claw shadows that filled the sky descended, a steel claw descended from the sky. It was like a hail mixed with rain as it descended towards Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Li Han's eyes turned red. He had completely forgotten the rules of the latent dragon camp. A person stood in the pavilion next to the high platform. Nobody knew if he had just appeared or if he had been there for a long time. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor. His face was cold. He stood there, and a chilling aura seemed to be exuding from his body. He was one of the 36 guardians under the command of the city governor of Mound Hill City. The weakest among the 36 guardians was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. He was ranked 14th, and people called him the Heavenly Harm Guardian. At this moment, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was watching the duel on the high platform quietly. Even if Li Han was in a frenzy and disregarded the rules of the latent dragon camp, he had no intention of attacking. It was not that he did not care about the rules of the latent dragon camp, but he could see that Li Han could not hurt the purple-clad young man. Li Han will definitely lose after 3 moves, the Heavenly Harm Guardian mumbled to himself. The Heavenly Harm Guardian muttered. However, in the next moment, his pupils abruptly constricted, because the scene before his eyes was completely out of his expectations. Facing Li Han, who was charging at him menacingly, the purple-clad young man did not retreat as Li Han had expected. Instead, he used his bow and arrow to attack him from afar. The purple-clad young man stood still on the spot. However, his hand was placed on the bowstring. Seeing that Li Han was so close to him, his hand moved. He pulled the bowstring and released it. Then, he did the same thing and kept plucking the bowstring. Clang, 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 clang. A series of muffled sounds resounded, sounding like a series of unpleasant musical notes. Every time a musical note rose up, a Zhenqi light blade swept out. At this moment, the true energy light blades shot up into the sky and collided with the claw shadows that filled the sky. Without any suspense, the claw shadows that filled the sky were destroyed by the true energy light blades in the blink of an eye and turned into nothing. The true energy light blades did not slow down at all. They shot up into the sky and disappeared. At this moment, Li Han was the only one who was left with his final attack. Li Han was like a ferocious goshawk that swooped down from the sky. His red eyes resembled the fierce eyes of a goshawk. The steel claws in his hands were the sharp claws of a goshawk. The sharp claws tore through the air and were about to crush Duan Lingtian's head. Clang! Just as the sharp claws were about to land, another dull noise reverberated in the air. As soon as the dull noise reverberated in the air, an arrow condensed from true energy shot out from the sun shooting bow and collided with Li Han's steel claws. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air as the arrow condensed from true energy exploded. On the other hand, the steel claw in Li Han's hand had been blasted into the sky, and Li Han's hand was now a bloody mess. If it was not for the protection of the steel claws, his hand would have been crippled. You've lost, Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at Li Han, who had landed on the ground in a wretched state. His tone was as calm as usual. There was no emotion in it at all. I've lost. When Li Han heard this, he looked dejected. He leaped down from the high platform in a daze and walked to a wooden house near the outside. When the original owner of the wooden house saw Li Han walking over, he dodged as though he had seen a ghost. He tactfully gave his wooden house to Li Han. Li Han, stop acting like a fool. I can't believe you're in this situation. At this moment, Ho Lin did not forget how Li Han had kicked him when he was down. He returned everything that Li Han had given him. When Li Han heard Ho Lin's words, his body trembled. He increased his speed and entered the wooden house directly. Ho Lin's gaze soon landed on the high platform. Both of you can be smug. I'll definitely break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage in 3 months at most. At that time, I'll defeat both of you one by one to avenge my humiliation. Looking at the two high-spirited people on the high platform, Ho Lin turned around and returned to the wooden house to cultivate. On the high platform, Duan Lingtian and Guoli looked at each other and smiled. Both of them were geniuses invited by Lin Qingrong. Now that both of them had become members of the 13 gangsters, it was obvious that they were fated to be together. Guoli, did you go the wrong way? When Duan Lingtian was about to return to the number 13 wooden house, he realized Guoli had already entered it. He could not help but be stunned. I didn't go the wrong way. This is where I should be staying. After Guoli entered the wooden house, she turned around and smiled at Duan Lingtian before closing the door. What does Guoli mean by that? The onlookers were puzzled. What else could it mean? Guoli must have admitted that she's not as strong as Duan Lingtian. That's why she voluntarily became the number 13 of the 13 gangsters and gave the number 12 position to Duan Lingtian. Many people began to realize what was going on. This Duan Lingtian is really powerful. Li Han fought with him with all his might just now, but he still defeated him. Defeating Li Han is one thing. Most importantly, when facing Li Han, who is fighting with his life on the line, not only can he not kill Li Han, he can also not cripple Li Han. Amidst the praises, Duan Lingtian turned around and walked into the number 12 wooden house. This would be his residence for the time being. They seemed to be brought back by the Heavenly Hero Guardian. In the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. The Heavenly Hero Guardian he was talking about was Lin Qingrong. Lin Qingrong was also one of the 36 guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City. He was ranked number 9 among the 36 guardians. Among the 36 guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City, only the first 10 guardians had 2 names. The other one had a normal name that belonged to him, The remaining 26 guardians only had one name, which was the 36 heavenly spirits. The entire latent dragon camp did not quiet down because of Duan Lingtian and Guoli's departure. Instead, it was bustling with activity. In just one day, 2 of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp had been replaced. This day was destined to be remembered by many people. Crack! In an independent mansion in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, a middle-aged scholar, who was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard, crushed the teacup in his hand after listening to the servant's report. The servant outside the pavilion was so shocked that his body trembled. Ha ha ha! Great! 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 After crushing the teacup, the middle-aged scholar laughed heartily. His laughter was unrestrained and carefree. As expected, I didn't pick the wrong person. Duan Lingtian, Guoli, well done. He could not help but feel excited. Apart from the 36 guardians, many people had gone to the city governor's estate to recruit geniuses this time. Even the revered elders of the city governor's estate had gone out to look for and invite geniuses. Lin Qingrong, the heavenly hero guardian who was ranked number 9 among the 36 guardians, had brought back 2 geniuses who had become part of the 13 gangsters on their first day in the latent dragon camp. He could almost foresee it. Soon, he would be summoned by the city governor and be rewarded handsomely. Duan Lingtian and Guoli have really made me proud this time. The more Lin Qingrong thought about it, the happier he was. He was so happy that he could not stop smiling. Although he was one of the 10 guardians who were most valued by the city governor's estate, there were still 8 other guardians in front of him. Therefore, he felt especially proud today. Putting everything else aside this time, he had been selected for the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Chapter 1372. At the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian was lying on the bed leisurely in wooden house number 12 on the high platform. It was rare that he did not enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate this afternoon. Compared to the smelly dilapidated wooden houses near the septic tank under the high platform, Duan Lingtian was much better. The wooden house that Duan Lingtian was staying in was like heaven on earth. This was the treatment of the 13 gangsters. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian also learned that after a few days, the 13 gangsters who ranked the last would receive 108th grade saint stones a month. As the second last, he would receive 208th grade saint stones a month. Those who ranked above him would receive the same amount. The leader of the 13 gangsters would receive 1,308th grade saint stones a month. That was equivalent to 137th grade saint stones. 130 saint stones would be 13 6th grade saint stones. And that's only for a month. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. However, the leader of the 13 gangsters is not only on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but he's also the most powerful among the 5 Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators in the latent dragon camp. With my current ability, I can't even win against an ordinary Mastery Mortal Shedding stage cultivator, let alone the leader of the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian deeply felt how weak he was when he thought about this. It had been a few days since he came to the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He had gained a certain understanding of the latent dragon camp during these few days. The latent dragon camp was built by the city governor of Mound Hill City to recruit young geniuses from the surrounding areas of Mound Hill City for training. The recruitment of young geniuses this time began half a year ago. The young geniuses recruited by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City had an age limit. Only genius martial and Dao cultivators below the age of 40 could enter the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It was said that the latent dragon camp was the reserve camp for the 36 guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City. Almost everyone in the surrounding areas of Mound Hill City knew about the 36 guardians. They were the most capable subordinates under the city governor of Mound Hill City. The weakest one was on the perfection mortal shedding stage. It was said that those who were strong were not only at the paramount mortal shedding stage, but also at the saint rudiment stage. Of course, these were only rumors that Duan Lingtian had heard. However, to think that Senior Lin is also one of the 36 guardians. This is truly shocking. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also found out that Lin Qingrong was the Heavenly Hero Guard that was ranked 9th among the 36 guardians. It's said that the top 10 guards among the 36 guardians will become revered elders of the city governor's estate in a few years. At that time, only 26 of the 36 guardians will be left. The remaining 10 guardians will be selected from the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian had been trying to gather information about the latent dragon camp for the past few days since he arrived. Of course, he did not take the initiative to inquire. It was bustling below the high platform. As long as he opened the door of the wooden house a little, he could hear the voices coming from outside. What he heard was what the other latent dragon camp members were saying. Now I finally settled down in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, I wonder how the two girls are doing. And Xuanai as well. She shouldn't be looking for me anymore, right? Duan Lingtian knew Han Xuanai very well. Before she found him, she would definitely not spread the news of his disappearance to Half Moon Island. This was because she was afraid that his 2 fiancés and the 3 little fellows would be worried. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not plan to go back for the time being. Of course, apart from this reason, there was another reason why he did not plan to go back for the time being. He was scared. That was right, he was scared. When he came here, he had experienced many life and death situations because he was lost. It made him realize how terrifying the wild beasts in the boundless ocean were. He also realized how precious life was. Previously, in order to protect himself, he even went into closed-door cultivation on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 3 years. He successfully opened 15 Saint Veins and broke through to the early mortal shedding stage. However, even with his cultivation base at the early mortal shedding stage, he was almost killed by a few wild beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Fortunately, Lin Qingrong was there and saved him. Therefore, he did not plan to go back to Cloud Continent for the time being before he was strong enough to protect himself. Strength. My current strength is still too weak. After sighing, Duan Lingtian stood up and closed the door of the wooden house. At this moment, the noise outside became so weak that it could be ignored. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and placed it in the wooden house. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hua Lao, remind me 2.5 months later. After informing Hua Lao, Duan Lingtian went up to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, the 2.5 months Duan Lingtian mentioned was 2.5 months on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 2.5 months on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to almost a month outside. At that time, it would be the day for the latent dragon camp members to collect their saint stones. He was ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters, so he would be able to collect 200 8th grade saint stones. Although 200 saint stones were nothing compared to the thousands of high-grade saint stones that Xuanai had given him, it was still meat no matter how small a mosquito was. After arriving at the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he began to sort out his current strength. With my current strength and the sun-shooting bow, I don't think I'll meet many opponents among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to defeat all the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators. He might not necessarily be a match for those at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who have cultivated their saint-grade martial tactics and saint-grade Dao methods to an extremely high stage. Compared to the other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators, apart from having a body that's even more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon, my current advantage is the sun-shooting bow. Although I can't unleash the full power of the sun-shooting bow with my current strength, the power I can unleash with the sun-shooting bow far surpasses the power of a human-rank mediocre saint weapon in the hands of someone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian had witnessed Guoli, Holin, and Li Han using their human-rank mediocre saint weapons with his own eyes. Therefore, he was certain of this. As for the advantage of my saint bloodline, it's only more obvious when compared to martial and Dao cultivators at the same level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After all, he had only opened his saint bloodline once as a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, this is because the true energy in my Qi Si is limited. If I can break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, I'm confident I can easily defeat martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage without relying on my brute strength and the sun-shooting bow. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. At that time, the number of saint bloodlines in his body could not be compared to other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators at that time. If he fought with martial and Dao cultivators at the same level, his true energy would be completely channeled through the ridiculous number of saint bloodlines before his opponent's Qi Si could release much of their true energy. As long as he struck first, his opponent would usually be defeated before they could even channel their true energy. Intermediate mortal shedding stage. I wonder how long it'll take for me to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation as he prepared to cultivate. At this moment, he took out the saint stone that Han Xuanai had given him. It was a 5th grade saint stone. This was his first time using the saint stone that Han Xuanai had given him to cultivate. Previously, when he broke through to the early mortal shedding stage from the peak of Emperor Wu to the early mortal shedding stage, he had been using 9th grade saint stones to cultivate for 3 whole years. In 3 years, he had almost used up all of his 9th grade saint stones. Those 9th grade saint stones were Half Moon Island stock. Duan Lingtian did not want to waste them, so he decided to use up the low-grade saint stones that he had. Now that he had used up all of his 9th grade saint stones, he had broken through to the early mortal shedding stage. He only had the high-grade saint stones that Han Xuanai had given him to cultivate with. Among the thousands of saint stones that Han Xuanai had given him, 90% of them were 5th grade saint stones, while the remaining 10% were 4th grade saint stones. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, 9 dragons form. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes as he held the 5th grade saint stone. At the same time, he began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was very rich, it was only equivalent to the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 1st level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was much more powerful than the one in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. While absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he also absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy accumulated in the 5th grade saint stone. After a great qi circulation, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes without warning. The cultivation speed of absorbing the 5th grade saint stone is not much faster than the 9th grade saint stone. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in it is indeed much more than the 9th grade saint stone. Duan Lingtian looked at the 5th grade saint stone in his hand. He could see the heaven and earth spirit energy that was flowing into his body from the 5th grade saint stone was almost substantial. According to Xuanai, this 5th grade saint stone is much more durable than the 9th grade saint stone. With my current cultivation speed, I can finish 1 9th grade saint stone in a day. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was too exaggerated. Duan Lingtian had 15 saint veins to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. His cultivation speed was even faster than most martial cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After all, the number of saint veins was the key to the speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Due to this reason, the more saint veins a person had, the faster their cultivation speed would be. If an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage were to compare their cultivation speed to Duan Lingtian, They would definitely cry until they fainted. An ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage would need a few days to finish one 9th grade Saint Stone. If you change your Saint Stones frequently during your cultivation, it will affect your cultivation speed to a certain extent. Therefore, it's best to use high-grade Saint Stones when you're cultivating if the conditions allow it. You can keep it for a long time. Chapter 1373. Xuan even gave me a 4th grade Saint Stone. The durability of a 4th grade Saint Stone is equivalent to 10 5th grade Saint Stones, according to the conversion ratio between different grades of Saint Stones in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, with my current cultivation base and cultivation speed, I'll still have a lot of leftovers after breaking through to the early mortal shedding stage with one 5th grade Saint Stone. Soon after, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes again and began to cultivate seriously. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the 5th grade Saint Stone continued to surge into his body. The 9th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. The 9 dragons form mental cultivation method transformed into 9 dragons that carried the heaven and earth spirit energy along the 15 saint veins and circulated the great circulatory cycle before transforming it into true energy that merged with the Qi Si in between Duan Lingtian's brows. The true energy continued to increase in the Qi Si that was the size of a pigeon's egg, although it only increased a little each time. As the saying went, a little makes a mickle. It would be full sooner or later. When it was full, it would be the time for Duan Lingtian to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It's much easier to cultivate from the early mortal shedding stage to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, compared to Emperor Wu breaking through from the peak mortal shedding stage to the early mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After all, the latter required one to merge the profundity with the origin energy and transform it into true energy. Apart from that, one also had to open the saint veins. It was extremely tedious. However, the former was much simpler. Once the Qi Si was filled with true energy, he would break through and open the saint veins. That was it. Cultivation knew no time. 2.5 months passed very quickly. Duan Lingtian, who was woken up by Hua Lao, left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and returned to cottage number 12. After putting away the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian had just opened the door when Guoli stood in front of his door. Duan Lingtian, it's time for us to collect our saint stones. Guoli said to Duan Lingtian. Is it today? Duan Lingtian asked. From today onwards, you can receive the holy stones within 3 days. The place to receive the holy stones is very close. It's the pavilion next to the wooden house where we, the 13 Grand Guardians, live. Guoli said. That pavilion? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He remembered that pavilion. He had seen it when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp. At that time, he was still wondering what that place was. From the looks of it, it should be the residence of the powerhouse from the city governor's mansion. That powerhouse was usually in charge of guarding the members of the latent dragon camp. After all, there were rules in the latent dragon camp. As for rules and regulations, there had to be someone to supervise them in order to be effective. Let's go. Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and walked towards the pavilion with Guoli. Along the way, the two of them attracted the gazes of many people. Are they Duan Lingtian and Guoli? That's right. A month ago, they had just entered the ranks of the 13 Grand Guardians. What a perfect match. Are they a couple? Many people saw Duan Lingtian and Guoli and chatted along the way. Some of them even thought they were a couple. Upon hearing these comments, Duan Lingtian did not mind at all. He merely smiled and brushed it off. However, it was different for Guoli. Her beautiful face had a hint of redness. Hi, Duan Lingtian. As soon as they arrived near the pavilion, Duan Lingtian saw someone greeting him. When he took a closer look, he realized it was Zhu Lang. Zhu Lang, why are you alone? Where's Hu Jia? Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he saw Zhu Lang was alone. Humph. He's now in a higher position. As it turns out, the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage powerhouse, who's ranked 5th among the 13 Grand Guardians, is his distant cousin. Zhu Lang snorted. Isn't that great? You have a good relationship with him. He can take care of you in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. Take care of me? As long as he doesn't kill me. Zhu Lang laughed at himself. Then he looked at Guoli and said, Guoli, you're also from a 9th-rate clan, so you should know best. Hu Jie and I might be in the same boat in the beginning. However, what do you think he'll do to me when he has someone to rely on? He'll get rid of you for his clan. Guoli was not surprised at all. Zhu Lang and Hu Jie were similar to her and Yi Man, the genius from the Ye family in Fuyu Town who was replaced by Duan Lingtian. I'll make a move first. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Guoli, Zhu Lang jumped down from the high platform and returned to his wooden house. Duan Lingtian shook his head and followed Guoli into the pavilion. The person in charge of distributing origin stones every month was the Heavenly Harm Guardian, who supervised the latent dragon camp. The Heavenly Harm Guardian was ranked 14th among the 36 guardians. Guoli 108th grade Saint Stones. Duan Lingtian 208th grade Saint Stones. The Heavenly Harm Guardian had a straight face from the beginning to the end. He handed the Saint Stones to Duan Lingtian and Guoli in a daze. The two of them thanked him after receiving the origin stones. Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage? During this time, Duan Lingtian used his divine eye to check the Heavenly Harm Guardian and saw through his strength. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Without a cultivation base above Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage, one would not be able to control the latent dragon camp at all. At the very least, one would not be able to control the top few of the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian did not notice this. When he and Guoli turned around to leave, the Heavenly Harm Guardian lifted his head and looked at his back. It was as if he was different from the rest. After leaving the pavilion, Duan Lingtian and Guoli walked back. Duan Lingtian, the members of the latent dragon camp, have a chance to go out once every 3 months. Do you plan to go out when? Guoli asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. There's nothing to do even if I go out. I don't plan to go out either. Who knows if the two clans have sent someone to hide outside the city governor's mansion and wait to kill me. Guoli added. They dare to come to Mound Hill City to kill you? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Why wouldn't they dare? If they have the chance, they'll even dare to sneak into the city governor's mansion to kill me, Guoli said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Aren't they afraid that the city governor's mansion will blame them? Duan Lingtian frowned. As far as he knew, even Fuyu Town was under the jurisdiction of Mound Hill City. It was also under the jurisdiction of Mound Hill City. Blame them? Guoli shook her head. I'm not qualified for the city governor's mansion to do anything for me now. Even if I'm killed now, the city governor's mansion won't blame the two clans in Fuyu Town. Unless I can prove my worth and gain the city governor's mansion's approval, then I'll be safe. Guoli continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're Duan Lingtian who defeated Li Han and became the new 12th gangster of the 13 gangsters? Give me half of the Saint Stones you received. Duan Lingtian and Guoli had just arrived in front of the wooden house when a voice came from nearby. Then, Duan Lingtian and Guoli saw a black-clad young man walking out of wooden house number 6 toward them. The black-clad young man was tall with broad shoulders and a round waist. When he walked, it was as if he was a dragon or a tiger. It's Zhang Jilong who's ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters. Zhang Jilong extorts Saint Stones from the 13 gangsters ranked below him every month with his powerful strength. But didn't he start extorting from the last person in the past? He must have taken pity on her because she's a woman. At this moment, the group of young men below the high platform had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and Guoli as well as Zhang Jilong. Whether it was the wooden house below the high platform or the wooden house on the high platform, many people walked out. They came out to watch the show when they heard the commotion. In the face of Zhang Jilong, who came with ill intentions, Duan Lingtian looked at him with a calm expression. He quietly activated his divine eye. Zhang Jilong, 32 years old, Cultivation base at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Why should I give it to you? Duan Lingtian sneered as he glanced at Zhang Jilong nonchalantly. Now it's not just half. I want all the saint stones you've received earlier. Give me 200 saint stones. Zhang Jilong looked calm as he stood in front of Duan Lingtian. However, his words were arrogant and domineering. Idiot. Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Zhang Jilong as he spat out 2 words unhurriedly. Idiot. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he call Zhang Jilong an idiot? I'm not dreaming, am I? Ah, that hurts. Why are you pinching my leg? This is going to be interesting. The group of young men and women below the high platform looked at the high platform with interest. Usually, they would only cultivate and cultivate. It was quite boring. Occasionally, there would be conflicts that they could watch, but they were all excited. On the high platform, apart from the 13 gangsters who were at the mastery mortal shedding stage, who were ranked in the top 5, the remaining 13 gangsters, who were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, also walked out of the wooden house. They looked at Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong, who were facing each other with interest. Similar to the group of young men below the high platform, they also came out to watch the show. Naturally, they had one thing in common. That was they were all targets of Zhang Jilong's blackmail. Today, they had given half of the origin stones they had received to Zhang Jilong. They did not want to give it to him. However, they had no choice but to give it to him. If they did not give it to him, they would definitely be beaten up by Zhang Jilong until they could not get up for a month. Then their cultivation would be delayed. Therefore, they obediently gave half of the saint stones they received to Zhang Jilong every month. Brat, don't think that you're so great just because you defeated Li Han a month ago. In front of me, Li Han can't even last half a move. Zhang Jilong looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. Although his tone was calm, anyone who was sensitive would be able to sense the hidden anger in it. If Zhang Jilong was compared to a volcano, then he was on the verge of erupting. In his eyes, whether it was Li Han or Duan Lingtian, they were insignificant characters that were not worth mentioning. However, today, such a small character actually dared to disobey him. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. It was a blatant challenge. So what? Duan Lingtian still had a sneer on his face. If you want the saint stones in my hands, you can come and get them yourself. If you don't dare to, disappear from my sight immediately. No, there's no need to disappear. I almost forgot you. You're ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.